All right, ladies and gentlemen, it's time to get started with more One Punch Man. Now, here's the thing. Since I'm starting on chapters 109 with Viz, matter of fact, let's go ahead and do this. Let's go ahead and get the formalities out of the way, shall we? Yo, peoples! That's one of my shirts. I thought it was one of my drawers. Yo, peoples! Kyushu92 here, and welcome back to yet another iteration of me reading One Punch Man. Now, I no longer have any physical volumes of One Punch Man to read. At least they haven't released yet, or I haven't been to Barnes & Noble to even check and see if they're even there. But now we are going to be reading One Punch Man from Viz. Not only because I don't have any more volumes, but also because the Viz chapters show more and are actually, in some degrees, arranged differently and even have different things happening that don't even happen inside the chapters. Like Ogata-san and Ravi and everyone else has told me, that one incident with the Mai Mask versus the Narinki Special Task Force, in the volume, he didn't kill him. In the chapters on Viz, he butchered everybody. So, we are going to be reading from the official Viz site from now on. Now, let me configure this video just in case I get all irate and loud and move around real quickly that it doesn't mess with the frame rate. Let's go ahead and get started with chapters 109, and I'm going to be starting there, and I'm going to keep reading until 4 p.m. because I got, Wednesday nights have returned for me and my church after a full year. I feel like it's been a year, maybe 2 years since the pandemic came through and shut down a whole bunch of places. Now I'm able to go back there on Wednesday nights like I used to in the past. So it's going to be interesting going back to Wednesday night services. But we're going to read until 4. We're going to read until 4. Good to see you, Psycho, Ravi, Ogata-san, and Light Ruler. Let's go and get started. Let's not make me keep you here any longer. Punch 109, a dangerous multiplying monster. Now, mind you, these chapters are arranged differently versus how it was in the volumes. And this is when Child Emperor has returned to Waganma. And first he says,
I have retrieved Waganma and joined the surface team. The rescue operation was a success. I repeat, the rescue op was successful.
And he's saying this into his earpiece, into his transmitter so he can let everybody else know. And then Captain Captain Maruki? I forgot Mizuki. Is it Mizuki? Captain Mizuki? I think it's Mizuki. Sorry, I forgot her name. But she's standing there going, wow, Child Emperor. And their second goal's in the back going, yes, you handled that impressively. And Child Emperor goes,
but you didn't see what happened. We barely made it out. No one is responding? Hello? Is anyone listening? Did my message get through, or haven't they noticed? I really need a break. Second call. I did explain how to use the transmitters, didn't I? The sound is usually off, but I was clear about regularly checking for notifications, wasn't I?
Well, maybe they're preoccupied with the battle. And then Zombie Man chimes in. This is Zombie Man. Good work, Child Emperor. Now remember, Zombie Man was the one who gave him props. Mizuki. Thank you, Ogata-san. I had a feeling that me saying Captain Mizuki was right, but it was kind of sketchy. I'm sorry, there's a lot of information going through my head and a lot more lately now that I'm getting into Bayonetta. So, a lot of things going through my head. Good work, Child Emperor.
Zombie Man.
This is a Mai Mask. Copy on the hostage. These monsters are a singe. I will continue to administer justice. Good job, Child Emperor. This is Pig God. All's well down here. I'm digesting like crazy. And then one shotter is in the background going, what? How's this work? Do I press here and talk? That's Atomic Samurai! And then Child Emperor doesn't say anything, and we get someone going, why is it flashing green?
That's because I sent a...
Let's see, maybe if I... Yeah, it stopped.
No, he deleted it.
Ahem. Anyway, this is Atomic Samurai. If you got a spare moment, I hope you hear this message. I found a child down here.
Huh?
See, this is different. This is different from the volume. Atomic Samurai finds Tario in these chapters on Viz. But Waganma tells Child Emperor that Tario is down there in the volumes. I'm liking the way that these chapters are set up. I found a child down here. My location is... Where am I again? Anyway, I'll go in pursuit.
Hello? This is Child Emperor. What child? We got cut off.
And then Child Emperor just stands up, and then he turns towards Waganma.
Waganma?
And Waganma doesn't say anything. And then the heroes are going, what does this mean? Was there another prisoner? Oh no, this Child Emperor is just from the view of the other heroes. He goes,
What does this mean? Was there another prisoner? And did you know that?
Yeah, but I just wanted to be saved. I'm sorry, really I am. And then Child Emperor puts on his backpack and goes,
I have to go back in.
And then he says,
Second Gall in the surface team. I want to leave Waganma in your hands. Huh?
Goes Captain Mizuki. Child Emperor, you look exhausted. Can you still fight? Says Second Gall. We have already completed our primary objective. Perhaps we should withdraw and then Child Emperor looks back at Second Gall as if you don't expect me to leave an innocent child behind just because we rescued the executive's son. We're supposed to leave him behind. And then Needle Stars comes in going, yo, Suit, you don't get it. All life is of equal value. So we have no choice but to go back in. And then Captain Mizuki goes,
oh, I volunteer for the team.
And then Green and, what is his name? Feathers? They come in as he goes, as do we. We'll join you. And then Child Emperor says,
no, that isn't necessary. We each have a role to play.
And then Child Emperor just walks off on his own and everyone looks at him. And then Needle Stars is thinking, someday I want to make Class S, but it's a high hurdle to cross. And then it shows Atomic Samurai versus Spermatozune. I can't believe I actually remembered his name.
You tried to cut me. Are you picking a fight?
Atomic Samurai cometh, the hard-boiled hero with a warm heart.
Cometh? Give me a break.
I'm trying to see which panel I'm supposed to be reading.
Atomic Samurai, huh? Gyoro mentioned you. You don't seem like much, but oh well. I got bored waiting for you, so make this fun.
Whatever, but what's in it for me?
You are looking down on me.
And then, as I read in the previous volume, he engorges his entire body to be like a massive arm.
You should take me more seriously.
Nah, this'll be an easy victory. And then Atomic Samurai slices through Sperma's arm as he tries to punch him. I have experience. I've diced dozens of jerks who transform and enlarge, so you're nothing new. And then he notices that the arm behind him transforms into a new spermatozoan. You can divide, huh? Tch, how pesky.
Pesky? Are you stupid? You still think you can win? I'm a mass count. I'm a mass of countless cells. Oh, cut, run, hit, crash, and break me, and I will only multiply.
See, his voice, he looks like the moon face from Courage the Cowardly Dog. He really does! He really does, though! Some of these monsters in this series are basically just like Courage the Cowardly Dog villains. That's how some of them look.
Cut, run, hit, crash, and break me, and I will only multiply.
And then he makes multiple heads extend from his own face, which Atomic Samurai cuts through. You're the dumb one. I'll merely cut you countless times.
Go on, do it! I'll make you weep! Come on, bring it! Let's do this!
And then Atomic Samurai just constantly slashes through Spermatozoon, which keeps turning into newer clones. Atomic Slash! And then, of course, like I did in the last volume, Atomic Samurai is surrounded by an endless amount of Spermatozoon faces as he goes,
Welcome to your doom!
And that is the end of chapter 109 on Viz. Onwards to chapter 110. Like I said, we're going until 4 o'clock. So either I fully catch up to the series, or I get dangerously close. Punch 110, light power. And then it shows Atomic Samurai getting punched by one of the Spermatozoons. What the? This monster divided, but he's still incredibly powerful. I underestimated his strength. This is bad. There's too many of them. And he gets barraged all over by punches from the Spermatozoon. And then it shows Atomic Samurai slicing through the floor and falling through it, which was not what happened when it was in the volume, because in the volume, he sliced the roof in order to stop Spermatozoon, at least momentarily. I can't. And then he slices through the floor and he falls through it.
Are you trying to escape? I like that. It's so pitiful, but I won't let you. After him, boys!
And then a whole bunch of clones just jump down after him. And then all of a sudden, a light shines down from the bottom of the hole that Atomic Samurai slices his way through, and it envelops one of the clones, and the clones just disappears. It doesn't divide. It just immediately fades. It just fizzles away. It doesn't divide.
One of my cells disappear without dividing?
Yeah, who's next? I once fought an alien who was impervious to my usual slashes. That's when I started thinking. He's thinking of Mesolgard from the Boros attack. That's when I started thinking. It's a simple idea. I wondered about further increasing the number and speed of my slash attacks. They wouldn't cover a wide area, but they'd fall with devastating density. Wow, and then another beam shoots out, and it envelops more clones, and it doesn't allow them to divide, it just eviscerates them. Atomic Samurai basically just learned particle dismantling jutsu. Atomic Samurai just learned particle style with his sword techniques. Because his strikes, it no longer hits a wide area, but it's now refined to a point where instead of it just dicing objects off, it just erases them. Particle dismantling jutsu's atomic slash. That's what this... See, I thought that when this dude got punched over and over and over again, I thought it was going to be like, oh no, he's hurt. But this man figured out how to refine his slashes so that it can completely eviscerate a target without leaving anything behind. Nothing for Spermatozoon to divide from. It's a simple idea. I wondered about further increasing the number and speed of my slash attacks. They wouldn't cover a wide area, but they'd fall with devastating density. And then a whole bunch of Spermatozoon clones get caught up in this beam, and they get completely eviscerated. And other clones get hit, but they don't start to regenerate. They just leave like a gaping hole where the cut went through. This technique concentrates slashing attacks to strike monsters just like you. Now turn to dust.
No way!
Concentrated atomic slash! And then he shoots one beam that envelops all the Spermatozoons that went down in the hole after him. And then he falls to the ground through the hole he made. And then he gasps because it knocked the wind out of him. That punk was a challenge. Ow, my wrist hurts for the first time in years. I'm not used to that move, so I shouldn't overuse it. Oh, right, I need to find that kid. And then, without batting an eye, he immediately gets up and starts zigzagging, wall jumping like Ryu Hayabusa from Ninja Gaiden, up, back through the hole he just made. And he jumps up, and the large, engorged body of the main body, apparently a Spermatozoon, is up there waiting for him.
I was hiding my main body. It's a big help when my other bodies sacrifice themselves.
Concentrated atomic. No, it's too late. And with this engorged fist, Atomic Samurai gets hit and sent flying, but not before Atomic Samurai lands a couple of hits on Spermatozoon. And when I say a couple, I mean a whole bunch of slashes all over his body. And after slashing, the Spermatozoons return full in mass because all those pieces got turned into smaller versions.
Seriously, it's no use. So wise up. We're the worst type of opponent for you. Gyoro figured that out.
And then Atomic Samurai hits his sword on the floor, and that's when the roof comes down, like it did with the previous volume. Now I went through. I'll bury you.
The ceiling?
And then the ceiling comes down. And then there's a large boom as Zombie Man is walking through the hallways. Wondering what's going on. And then it shows the Spermatozoons getting buried under the roof as he's walking through these hallways. That's shaking. What's going on? I wonder how the battle is going. Oh, are you worried about how your peers are dying? And then Zombie Man looks back, and it's the Homeless Emperor, but we don't get introduced to him in this page until a little bit later on. So it's like the cutting speed of Virgil and the Hakai power of Beerus. Pretty much. That's pretty much what it is. Also, I noticed that my mic was over my mouth, so you guys couldn't see my face when I'm emoting. My apologies. Hopefully the sound quality has not gone down since I moved it away and it's not directly in front of me. Let me know if anything has changed for you. Where did he come from? Maybe they died like this. And then light beams just shoot out of this guy's hand and envelop Zombie Man. Die before you can even resist. Threat level Dragon, the Homeless Emperor. Is that how a hero dies? What a letdown. The Hero Association website says there are 17 of you Class S heroes. That's a number I can eliminate all on my own. And it shows these light orbs floating around the Homeless Emperor. Wait. And then Zombie Man gets back up and he tries to run at the Homeless Emperor with his axe, and the Homeless Emperor points a finger and blows Zombie Man's head completely off. Not only his head, but both of his hands as well. And then he starts to see something forming through the smoke on Zombie Man's body, and then he proceeds to fire once again. Well, actually, he doesn't fire. A blast comes out of Zombie Man's chest, and a bullet flies towards... I completely forgot that this is what happened from the last volume. My bad. An explosion happens in the middle of Zombie Man's chest, and a bullet comes out, but the Homeless Emperor blocks it with another orb, and there's an explosion from the two interacting, and Zombie Man is sent flying into a wall as he slowly starts to regrow all of his missing body parts. That looks painful. He blocked that attack. He blocked at that range. And then Zombie Man's hand reforms, along with his rib cage, and because there's a gaping hole in his rib cage, and his head is reforming as well. I was saving this, and he pulls a gun out of his rib cage. Never would have known that if they didn't cut that part out in the volume. But he pulls a gun out of his rib cage, and then he flips it, and then aims it at the Homeless Emperor. And there's orbs all around him, and they both just start firing blasts at each other. And Zombie Man is just enveloped in this blast as the Homeless Emperor is just left unscathed. Indeed, you were a top hero. Even death didn't stop you, so you must have been strong. And that's the end of Punch 110. Onwards to chapter 111. Punch 111. It's making me... Okay, Punch 111, Great Misfortune. And then it shows Zombie Man's body reforming as he goes, Hey, your attacks are like magic and that's not fair. What's your deal? That monster is seriously powerful. I'm surprised. The name Zombie Man actually suits you. They said you couldn't die, but I thought it was figurative. You want to know the secrets of this light's power? Very well. I will relate how I acquired my powers. Until a month ago, I lived in the park. I lost my job and my house, and withdrew from society for a life of seclusion. At a welcome party for new employees, my boss ordered me to dance naked, and the next day I got fired for sexual harassment. But when I looked up at the sky, my hatred for my boss didn't matter. The land is bigger than any buildings, and the sky brighter than any artificial light. Human beings are insignificant compared to the planet surrounding them. My home was the earth, more spacious than any mansion. And then I realized something. Humans are foolish to remove themselves from the great web of life, in order to selfishly flourish according to their own designs. The world is awful. Those fools treated me like scum. It's unbearable. I had no choice but to choose death in order to escape in body and soul from the ugly, cramped, and foolish world that Homo sapiens had used its shallow wits to build. Only by returning to nature would I achieve true coexistence with Mother Earth. And then it happened. God appeared before my eyes.
Now, the difference between this chapter and the one with the homeless emperor is the fact that they don't depict him preparing to hang himself like the volume does. But this figure does appear in front of the homeless emperor. This whirling wire frame of a body just in front of him.
You are correct. Human beings are fools, but you do not need to die. I will grant you power, and you know what you should do with that power. Thus, I will divide power from God. God chose me because I know the solution. Foolish humans are a plague upon the earth, so I will destroy their civilization and their very existence. Uh-oh. Why do you believe that thing was God? Did it have some kind of ID? His story ended before I could fully regenerate. You do not need to believe in God, so enough with the banter. Atone for your arrogance by dying and returning to dust!
As the homeless emperor causes numerous orbs of light to form around him. And then it cuts to Saitama as he goes, "Is the ground all right here? I hope my place is okay." Then it cuts to a My Mask, who's just walking through a hallway with a monster head in his hands. According to Atomic Samurai's message, the monsters had another kid down here. This fight is lasting longer than I expected, so I may have to cancel my magazine interview tonight. The film shoot is on hold too, but I should review my schedule later. Well...
Kill me already! Would ya? Kill me already, would ya?
Well, that depends on you. And then he walks into a room. What is that thing? And he walks into a room with numerous tubes just sticking in and out of different areas. And then the monster looks, and it's a giant vat.
It's a device for cultivating monster cells taken from Lord Orochi. They turn people into monsters.
So those are monster cells, huh? We'll have to destroy Orochi to stop production. We can't allow something so vile to exist.
Destroy Lord Orochi? You can't even beat our big shots.
It'll be easy. I beat everything with style because I'm versatile. And then, he jumps up in the air and he just slashes all over and he goes, "And nothing scares me." And with those slashes, he starts to, he basically just destroys the entire room that was getting all the monster cells from Orochi and compiling them. And he basically just destroys the entire room. And as he's walking, he goes, walking away from the as he's walking away from the explosion, he stops and goes, "Something is there." And then something goes, "I found you!" Who's that?
That voice, it's one of the execs. Now you're a dead man.
And whatever this exec is, it comes rebounding and ricocheting through the hallway towards My Mask. He's fast.
His presence feels unnatural, so I must not allow him the initiative. And then he takes the monster head that he's been carrying with him this whole time, and he chucks it at this new exec, who then, in an instant, high kicks the head straight into the ceiling with such force that the head was able to speak and still, be alive, but the exec kicks the head so hard that it splatters on the roof. So whatever was left of that monster is basically gone now. He's agile, but I excel in hand-to-hand combat. And as he's making his way as my master's making his way to fight this exec, he kind of stops momentarily and he goes, huh? And then my mass braces as a hit out of nowhere sends him flying backwards. And he skids to a stop. This is bad. And then he gets hit again. No, it's the worst. Hey, what's wrong? You know there were monsters here, so why so surprised? I cannot beat him. I am a My Mask, aka Handsome Cayman, the perfect hero. Beautiful, wise, brave, and mighty. But even I cannot win this fight. You're the idol hero of My Mask, the hero I hate most. The girls shriek in delight rather than disgust over you, so I gotta kill you. Your face is your selling point, so I'm gonna beat it into the harsh reality that outer appearances and fighting prowess don't have to match. You handsome creep. This man's name. Threat level dragon, President Ugly. Because this man, he has a very, very ugly face. He looks like, what is his name? He reminds me of Sloth from the Goonies, and he's got like a big stomach with an outie belly button. But he's ugly. Your face is your selling point, so I'm gonna beat it into the harsh reality that outer appearances and fighting prowess don't have to match, you handsome creep. And then My Mask goes, he's too strong, and he is without a doubt an Ugmon. One category of monster is ugly monster, or Ugmon for short. Due to their appearance, certain individuals have trouble in society, which causes them to be filled with hatred. Then darkness swallows their hearts and they become monsters. When they monsterize, their strength depends on the wretched state of their heart. And then My Mask just goes, I can't win. I cannot win. Something just decided to land on my eye as soon as I was looking at this panel. I cannot win. Because when I see ugliness, my body shakes and I can't move. Wow, really? Really? This man is so conceited that ugliness causes him to tense up and freeze up? This is his worst opponent then. But that's the end of chapter 111. Onwards to chapter 112. And let me come back through here. Punch 112, the big shots. And then this is back when Pig God was eating those monsters, and that one monster goes,
We thought we surround this hunk of meat and make a meal of him, but he ate everybody.
And then Pig God eats him.
How aren't you human? How aren't you human? Stop! Don't eat me! Ah!
And then it cuts to Pig God eating this monster. Then it cuts to another monster coming up. We're about to go to chapter 112. Yeah, we're getting there. What chapter am I on? Hitachi, I am currently on 112. And if you want to see where I'm seeing, either go to the official vid site or pick the website of your choice. But as I said, let's support the official release. But one of the other execs chomps down on Pig God. Threat level dragon Gums, and he's one of the execs that was there with President Ugly, the homeless emperor, and Spermatozoon. And as he's sitting there burping, the face of Pig God starts moving inside of Gums, which causes him so much discomfort that Gums just regurgitates him. Then it cuts to Pig God as his eyes sparkle, and then he bum rushes Gums. And then it cuts away as it cuts to a monster in the hallway.
Oh no, I hate this. I don't want to die.
as this monster is cut all over its body, but it's trying to run away.
With weapons, those humans are surprisingly strong. Should I free that one thing?
And then it cuts to people walking up behind this monster. Which way did he go? He disappeared. With those wounds, he won't get far. And it's Ian, Bushidrail, and Kama. And did I miss something? I probably missed it because Ian's arm is gone. I mean, he had both his arms in the volume, but I think this probably had to do with them fighting along hair, and he lost his arm. But Ian's arm is gone, which I didn't know. He lost his arm. And then he walks up onto a hall doorway, and it cuts to Ian going, "Can you feel it in that room?" "Yes, I sense danger." And it's not just the one we're chasing. And it's a monster inside of this room. That box, is it a tank for fish?
Even Gyoro had difficulty handling this monster. It's the most mysterious creature in the Monster Association, and it's strong enough to be one of our big shots.
That thing in the tank is one of your big shots?
I wonder what'll happen when they're set loose.
And then the monster knocks over the tank, which has some other monsters inside of it.
Here goes nothing.
And in an instant, this monster gets eaten alive by the little fishes that were inside of the tank.
Nah, what the?
Threat level tiger, Mad Dr. Fish. And they immediately start chowing down on him.
Stop! I'm on your side!
And then the water that was inside of the tank starts to surround this monster. And then just completely envelop him and surround him as the monster inside drowns, and the Mad Dr. Fish just completely eat him alive in this water as he screams inside of the water. And the next panel is just showing his remains floating in this liquid as the Dr. Fish are just eating him through. And Kama says, "Even the liquid is moving." Ian doesn't say anything, and Bushidrail goes, "Stay back or it'll seize you like it did him." And then the Mad Dr. Fish launch at Ian, and Ian cuts through all the fish with such speed that he basically fillets them. He fillets them down to their very bones. And then he goes, "The fish themselves are nothing, but..." And then a shot goes right past Ian, and he barely managed to dodge. But whatever this water shot is, it managed to carve out a portion of his sword. Uh-oh. Master has not yet taught me how to cut water. Threat level dragon, evil mineral water. And this water creature just jumps up into the air as it stands before Bushidrail, Ian, and Kama. And that's the end of chapter 113. Well, chapter 112. Onwards to chapter 113. That's interesting. Late again, Abir, you're fine. I've only gone through chapters 109 all the way up to 112, so you're not necessarily late. I mean, I'm going to keep reading until around 4, so we'll see what chapter we're left out with. Depending on how long I go, I'm probably going to have to take an intermission in order to get some water, because long readings can be a little bit draining on the throat, just a little bit, but not enough to keep me from reading. Punch 113, Encounter. And then it cuts to Puri Puri Prisoner, who was, I guess, chasing after Nyan. And he comes through a wall as he goes, "Where did that pesky cat go? I've dug pretty deep, but... And he looks over, and someone's chained up on the wall. And inside, and it's a torture room. And the person that's chained up on the wall is Garo. So I guess this is where he's been after he got beaten by Orochi. But Puri Puri Prisoner runs into Garo? "A man bound in chains? I must rescue him!" And then Garo starts to move a little bit. Oh, you're conscious. I'm the Class S Hero Putty Putty prisoner, and I've come from prison to meet you. Haven't I seen your face on a wanted poster? And then Garo's eyes light up, and the chains that he was connected to, because he's hung up on the wall, the chains that were connecting him snap as he proceeds to hit Putty Putty prisoner with some massive blows strong enough to send Putty Putty flying. There's not 3 Putties, I was just calling him Putty. Sending him flying. And this caused him to not only bleed, but apparently, I can't stand. I defended with my bristly armor, but still took immense damage. And then it cuts to Garo, who's like standing over Putty Putty prisoner, and he just goes, and he's just, letting out a guttural monster scream. Yo, Taneem, how am I doing? I'm doing great. Reading through One Punch Man. Working as quickly as I can to catch up. I'll be reading until 4, but once I get to the last chapter at 4 o'clock, that'll be when I change the thumbnail and the title so it can be more accurate. And then after I'm done, I can fully catch up to One Punch Man. I'm almost done. I wouldn't say I'm almost done, but I'm getting there. I'm getting there to catching up. Hopefully you enjoy yourself while you're here. But Garo screams, and Putty just looks, and he's trembling. And then he starts thinking, I should never have woken him up, as it shows Garo looking monstrous, like the dude is tired. Then it cuts to Saitama, who's just walking through the hallway. Cool, there's a whole world beneath the sewers. I thought it was all ruins, but some places are new. It's like an ant colony. But I bet there are more of those jerks who attacked me. If I find their leader, I'm gonna launch a complaint. As a local resident, I can't stand for all this disruptive noise and violence. And as he's going around the corner, a big, massive monster with multiple eyes and teeth and a whole bunch of everything else. A whole bunch of eyes, teeth, and claws are right there with Saitama, and he just walks past it and hits it so hard the whole body explodes. He just nonchalant. He hits it once, and all you see is the panel aftermath, where the whole hallway is just covered in guts, the monster's face on the roof, and then just Saitama walking past it with his fist smoking and just blood everywhere. And as a hero, I gotta beat up monsters. And then Saitama's walking down the hallway, and Flashy Flash is on the other side of the hallway, but he's waiting. And Flashy Flash goes, as he thinks, the sound of those footfalls suggests a weight of about 70 kilograms, so it isn't a child. And I don't sense a member of the hero attack team. So it must be a humanoid monster. And then it cuts to Saitama as he keeps walking. He's defenseless, so I'll finish this quickly. I'll kill him in under 1 second. This monster's head is mine! And then he rushes Saitama, and Saitama goes, something showed up. And Flashy Flash tries to hit Saitama, and Saitama dodges both slashes from Flashy Flash. He dodged, and then Saitama is right next to Flashy Flash as he goes, what's your problem? And then Flashy Flash goes, you aren't a monster? And then he remembers Saitama. Can I have some tea? And this is when the giant meteor was coming down. Over the city. Or I think it was Bortles. I can't remember. Can I have some tea? I think this guy is a low-level hero I saw at Hero Association headquarters. Isn't he Demon Cyborg's sidekick? What's he doing here? Why'd you do that? No, that's not the problem. He dodged my attack, so he must have incredible reflexes. But there is a hero with speed equal to mine? Or was it just a fluke? Should I try again? Who are you? And wow, Flashy Flash is gonna test his speed against Saitama? Love my Putty Putty prisoner voice. It's like Cary Grant meets Arnold Schwarzenegger. Quite the compliment. Who are you? No, that isn't necessary against such an obviously inferior opponent. Come on, say something. But if he really can dodge me, then it means he saw through my attack, and I cannot allow that.
His presence is mysteriously impressive. I'm gonna clobber you. As Saitama's getting upset that Flashy Flash isn't answering him. And my instincts tell me he's unusual. Flashy slash! And he tries to slash at Saitama, and Saitama, who's no longer drawn in his simplistic style, has a serious face and he goes, "If you're attacking me, then you must be a monster." Because he casually catches Flashy Flash's sword in the tips of his fingers. Mind you, Flashy Flash is one of the fastest people we've seen in this series other than Saitama and Speed of Sound Sonic and Genos, but Flashy Flash's sword just stops in his fingertips. And this completely shocks Flash. "If you're attacking me, then you must be a monster." As Saitama prepares his fist and a foreboding shadow appears over his face. And Flash goes, "Wait, look at me. Do I look like a monster?" "Maybe your monster name is Too Long Bangs. I don't need a monster name. I'm a hero. The class says hero Flashy Flash." "Huh? But you attacked me." "That was just a mistake." "What's the class says hero doing down here? Are you guys responsible for all this noise?" "What? Don't you know where you are? This is the Monster Association hideout. They're dangerous, so you should leave." The Monster Association? The one everyone's talking about? And this is the place? It's right under where I live. What? Above us is a ghost town taken by the monsters. No one can survive there. I just beat him up. Besides, the rent's free. This dude is just so casual. We're talking about like, yeah, I killed the monsters, and I live here because rent is free. Because I'm the only one who lives here. But how does he get electricity, though? Huh. And Flash doesn't go say anything as he thinks. He lives in a state of constant battle readiness, so he isn't your average low-level hero. Sorry I tested your mettle. It's a bad habit of mine. I subconsciously held back, but I'm still surprised you stopped me. Nonetheless, it would be wise for you to leave the area. You're tough, but you're still not up to this task. Why not? The place is crawling with demon-level monsters. I've even encountered threat-level dragon. That's no problem. Don't try to act cool. No one has reported defeating the monster's boss. He's unknown to us and extremely dangerous. No, really, it's not a problem. The Monster Association's boss is known as the Monster King Orochi. Monster King? He sounds strong, not realizing that he just beat Orochi earlier. He doesn't realize he just beat Orochi earlier. The Monster Association's boss is known as the Monster King Orochi. Monster King? He sounds strong. Scared? Then go train above ground. Leave this mission to your betters. Actually, I don't know how to get back. I got an idea. If I follow you, I can fight monsters, so I'll tag along. I'm counting on you. He isn't taking me seriously. Fine, but don't expect me to protect you. If a nasty opponent appears, there will be a fight, and I cannot guarantee your life. Okay, that's cool. What a nuisance. I'll dash off and lose him. And then he just takes off down the hallway at high speeds, leaving Saitama there. And then Saitama keeps up with him going, Yahoo! Let's go! This man tried to run from Saitama. He'd be like, I'll dash off and lose him. And then Saitama's all like, where are you dashing? And he's all like, huh? No, stop. That's the end of chapter 113. Onwards to chapter 114. Oh, no. Oh, Taneem. Ooh. Thank you, Taneem, for the super chat. Love your read-throughs. Watched all of your solo leveling, Jujutsu, One Punch Man, and My Hero Academia. Keep entertaining us. I will. Let's continue on with the next one. Chapter Punch 141. Well, I was about to say 144. Punch 114. Play.
And then it shows Saitama keeping up with Flash. And Flash is moving at his high speed, at his same speed. It isn't just my imagination. He keeps up. He must have incredible leg strength. This is going to be more of a pain than I thought. And then it shows a monster that Saitama punched earlier. And Saitama goes, hey, we passed this way before. Don't ignore me! Huh? Excuse me, are you lost? And then it cuts to all the heroes above ground as they're taking on some more monsters. Don't let any get away! And some of these pages were in the last volume, but were in different chapters.
Ah, you ambushed us, you cowards!
You're just back up nobody, so... And then it cuts to a monster getting his head sliced off as Crescent Moon Highbrows goes, like you can talk. And then Captain Mizuki has got a monster in an armbar. And then it cuts to Waganma, who runs up right next to Captain Mizuki and takes a stick and starts beating the monster over the head. It's not doing anything, but he's all like, yeah, this guy's weak. And then Captain Mizuki goes, hey, you should hide, Waganma. And then we see Gearspur as he goes, oh, I found an exit. Green, do your thing. And then Green covers up the hole with plant life. Phew, now we've sealed almost all the exits except for the one we're guarding. And then Green says, the attack team seems to be doing well. After we get Waganma clear of the area, let's keep fighting. And then Needlestar says, I know it. Monsters who get scared and run away are easy pickings. And then Feathers goes, total victory will be ours. And then Poison doesn't say anything as he looks over in one direction and goes, hey, look over there. And then something is walking through the streets. And then Waganma goes, it's just one flimsy monster. Beat him up. Like the heroes are on his beck and call. They're not. I want to slap this kid so much. I don't even care about the consequences. And Green goes, huh? We sealed all the exits in that direction. And then Needlestars goes, one-shotter. I'm on it. And then he takes his rifle. He shoots at Nyan. It's Nyan. It's Nyan. He shoots at Nyan, who puts his finger up, and with his elongated claw, he just puts it over his face, and using the curvature of his claw, redirects the bullet itself along the line of his claw, and sends it right back at Needlestars and hits Needlestars directly into his eye. Oh my goodness. Oh my god. Oh my god, he on X Games mode. He just took this dude down. One-shotter! Oh, you surprised me. Finally, some weak heroes. I'll play with you to ease my stress. As it shows Nyan taking on a very, very, very scary look on his face as his claws get Lady Dimitrescu long. And then all the heroes are sitting up looking at the cat as Waganma's going, uh-oh. And then Needlestar goes, that punk. Wait, that one's strong, goes Jet Nice Guy. We must coordinate our actions. Huh? Where'd the cat go? Hey, you're bleeding. Huh? What the? And all of a sudden, wow, Nyan walked past all of them. And in an instant, Gearspur, Twin Tails, Jet Nice Guy, and Needlestars were all cut by Nyan in an instant. As he thinks, I'm Nyan, an executive in the association. Actually, I quit. He says he's an executive in the association, but he also says that he quit in his mind. And Gearspur, after he'd been slashed across his chest, goes, he's one of the executives. Is that all they've got? Gyoro was right. The Hero Association's fighters are wimps.
But that one guy underground was different. Good thing I ran away. Up here I can behave however I want. I love playing with toys until they break.
And then Jan says,
What's wrong? Why so quiet? Oh my, there's our hostage.
and he sees Waganma hiding behind Second Gull.
How nice, you rescued him.
And then Waganma screams out, "What are you waiting for? Get to work and kill him!" And then Second Gull grabs him and goes, "Waganma, this way." And then he tells the, I forget his name, his name is not Fat Guy, but it's the fat hero that takes the pattern off of a pig god. I forget his name. But Second Gull whispers, "Get him to headquarters." And then the guy with Waganma takes off. The fat guy with Waganma takes off. And Poison goes, "It's our job to keep that kid safe. So even if you are a big shot, you won't lay a finger on him." "Yeah," says Feathers, because they're the only ones still standing. And then Jan's face gets weirdly scary. Like, you see more and more teeth in his mouth as he's smiling. His eyes are bloodshot. Oh, man. And then it's just like, you know the Cheshire Cat from the Alice in Wonderland game, but it's the dark version of Alice in Wonderland? The one where we're all mad here? Like the gory Alice in Wonderland game. He looks like that as he goes,
Perfect. Thanks for picking what game to play.
and Jan says,
Perfect. Thanks for picking what game to play. I'll tear him to shreds in front of your eyes.
and then Captain Mizuki takes her medal off, which then enlarges, biggins to become like a whole disc as she goes,
My next event is the discus throw.
and she throws her medal at Nyan, and then Nyan is then grabbed by weeds and plants from underground by Green, and then the disc comes in close to him, and then then Nyan says,
Do you think you've immobilized me?
and then the disc gets close to Nyan's face, and he just grabs the disc with his teeth and completely bites down and snaps into it. Then, which surprises Captain Mizuki. Wow. Surprises Captain Mizuki. Then Poison comes in with his poison knife and goes like, I just need to scratch him. And it looks like he's about to stab into Nyan's eye, but then Nyan simply closes his eye. I don't even want to know the logistics and the possibility of stopping a blade from going through by catching a blade on your eyelids. I'm just thinking about it, and it's dangerous. That's dangerous. That's dangerous. Oh, that's dangerous. He catches the blade tip in his eyelid. He and the thing is, it doesn't go any further than him just simply closing his eye. But he catches it, and then he rears his head up quickly, snapping the blade in the process. This creature got strong eyelids. And this surprises Poison, who goes, no way. And then the Shinobi Girl and Feathers come in right behind Poison. And Jan pretty much just weaves his body through the weeds and plants that Green created as he goes,
Yep, you're weak.
He slipped through! And then it shows him moving past the Shinobi Girl, the Ninja Girl, and Feathers. And not only do both of their weapons get cut through completely, Feathers goes, I can't believe it. They also get cut through their bodies multiple times, and enough for the Ninja Girl's mask to get cut through, and you can see her face underneath. And it even cuts through her clothes, so you can confirm that she is, in fact, a woman. And then Captain Mizuki and Green are just looking on as Waganma is looking back going, oh no!
And now, for the brat.
And he stares down Waganma, who's looking back scared, and goes, hey,
Hey, he's gonna catch us! Stop snacking and run faster! Sorry, I gotta replenish my energy. And Waganma's still complaining, but now Nyan has Waganma in his sights because there is no more opposition. And mind you, when I said that Captain Mizuki and Green were all watching on, yeah, they got cut as well. Because that next panel where it shows Waganma saying, oh no, it shows them all just laying on the ground with blood coming out of their bodies and not Nyan's fingers, his claws dripping with blood. So there really isn't anyone left to stop Nyan from catching up to Waganma now. But that's the end of the chapter. That's the end of chapter 114. Onwards to chapter 115. Yo, Ravi. Member for 2 months. Check out page 50 of Punch 98. It's new one. Moon looks amazing. Check out page 50 of Punch 98. Hold on. Let me check. Let me just check this out real quick. Punch 98, you say? I mean, that's the one with Child Emperor versus Phoenix Man, correct? Wow. That's okay. I like that attention to detail. I like that attention to detail. The moon still has the imprint, the impact crater of Saitama jumping off of it to get back down to Boros. Way back when, the moon still has the force impact of Saitama jumping off of it. I like that. I really do like that. Thank you for letting me know that, Ravi. I like that. But onwards to chapter 115. Punch 115, Cornered. I found you. And then Nyan's tail gets pulled as it's Captain Mizuki who's still up. Was I too easy for you? Fool, if you can still move, you should have fled. And then Captain Mizuki, who's bleeding but still holding on to him, goes, Never! I'm not as impressive as Blackluster, but I'll give it my all. Child Emperor passed the baton, so I gotta carry it across the finish line. For my teammates! You're pretty annoying. And then it shows Nyan trying to swipe at Captain Mizuki, but then all of a sudden, something hits in between both Captain Mizuki and Nyan. And Nyan looks on, and Captain Mizuki is sent flying in the air, but she's stopped. And then a bloodied hand is motioning for her to stay back. And it's Gear Spur. Wow, out of everyone, I didn't expect Gear Spur to be the one to get back up and protect her, as the energy from his helmet is like going massively haywire right now. And he's just huffing and puffing, and he goes, ah! What's he doing? Says Waganma. A psychic, huh? Gear Spur! Get back! Seeing Boss Tornado's power up close gave me an awe-inspiring idea, but I can't control it! I will manifest this vision even if it costs me my life. And then he just screams out loud as he motions forward towards Nyan. Why did I say Nyan? And it causes all the buildings that is surrounding them to start to crack and crumble, and it condenses them to become spikes that are all hovering around Nyan right now. This is all Gear Spur. This is the dude who's supposed to be on the support team, and he's doing this. I wonder if Tornado would be impressed. And Nyan's just looking on as he screams and causes those spikes to implode onto where Nyan is. And this causes Blizzard to take notice, as she's in a completely different direction, as she thinks, is that my sister? No, it's... And then it shows smoke rising from what Gear Spur has destroyed. And then it shows the mounds of buildings that are sitting on where Nyan is supposed to be. And it shows Gear Spur breathing heavily. And it looks back in Captain Mizuki. She's still there alive. And he goes, There, I paid you back. That sure was Risky, but... And then it shows Gearspur's entire helmet just shattering and his whole head just covered in blood and him falling forward. And then it shows Waganma, who's on the other side of this rubble that Gearspur has created. The art looks so crisp. Yes! The artistry is so good. It shows Waganma in the back as he goes, He did it! I'm safe! We won! That cat's flatter than a pancake! Take that, you stupid monster! That's what you get for crossing Papa's association! Hi, Siditi children that think. Hi, Siditi kids. I feel sorry for them, thinking that just because their parents are a part of something, that means their parents own that one thing. That's like saying, my father has stocks in Nintendo, so that means he technically owns Nintendo. It's like that sort of thinking. Dumb way to think. But then Jan, unfazed, just weaves his body through the cracks of the buildings and goes, he destroyed himself with his own power. You guys are pitiful. And this completely surprises Waganma as he stands there with mouth wide open, scared. Huh? No more running? And then he slashes through the fat guy, all of a sudden, and then he's standing right behind Waganma. That's how fast he is. He was directly in front of Waganma, but then he's standing behind him saying, anyway, running would be futile. I'm threat level dragon, and I surpassed the other monsters. Dragon? Yikes! And then it shows the fat guy squirming around on the ground going, ah, he cut my stomach. You're noisy. Come with me. Playtime isn't over until you're in pieces. Ah, no! Somebody help me! I'm gonna die! And then something comes sailing in past Nyan that separates both him from Waganma and the fat hero. Whoops! And then it flies around and switches from being a disc shape into like a, oh, I know who this is. It switches around from being in like a sharp disc shape into like a box shape. Oh, it's Meta Knight. No, Drive Knight, not Meta Knight. Meta Knight is from Kirby. Drive Knight shows up. And he's just standing there in front of, yo, we haven't seen Drive Knight in so long. We haven't seen Drive Knight in so long. And I gotta not lean so much over to where chat is. I gotta move over just a little bit. My bad, everybody. But Drive Knight shows up. And Nyan goes, who are you? And Drive Knight doesn't say anything. Drive Knight, says Second Gall, who's hiding behind one of the destroyed buildings. A class says hero, goes Waganma. And then Waganma starts running as he goes, you're done for now, doofus. You're no match for a class says hero. He'll dice you into cat food. This boy doesn't learn. The last time he did that, he got caught. You would think someone who nearly dies would learn to not be so conceited and so scatterbrained the way Waganma is. And then Second Gall thinks, Drive Knight is unharmed. Anyway, some classes firepower should really help. And then Drive Knight goes, Battle Transformation, Lance. And then the little chest that he carries with him starts to transform around his body as Nyan goes, you classes heroes are all so weird. And then it just shows electricity, and that's the end of chapter 115. Onwards to chapter 116. Punch 116, Drive Knight. And it turns out that Drive Knight has reconfigured his battle transformation into that of a giant motorcycle, like a spiky motorcycle. Ooh. This kind of reminds me of the motorcycle weapon that Dante has in Devil May Cry 5. But he turns his case into like a motorcycle that he can drive around in, and Nyan is dodging away from him as Nyan goes, that toy looks fun to play with. And he jumps to one side, and Drive Knight drives towards him and starts driving in a spiral around Nyan, kicking up dust. And Nyan notices as he goes, a smoke screen? No, toxic gas, as it shows Drive Knight
aiming towards Nyan, but Nyan slinks back into a crack in the ground.
I have no idea what he'll bust out. I don't want to toy. I don't want that toy to burn me or anything. So for now, I'll scram, man.
Then all of a sudden, he goes into a crack in the ground, but something's inside the crack that burns his face, and he jumps out the cracks going, "Nyah!"
Acid?
As acid is actually on the side of Nyan's face. Nyan has actually suffered damage. And then Drive Knight shoots out missiles. It's a special solution. The thinner you are, the quicker you'll melt. Like dropping ice in boiling water. And then he fires off missiles, and then Nyan bobs and weaves, like weaves through all of the missiles and tries to aim for Drive Knight.
Zooming around isn't a talent, you know.
And all of a sudden, a big part of the motorcycle, as he aims for Drive Knight's face. Now, mind you, Drive Knight's face is the only thing that's really exposed under his whole motorcycle-clad body. But as Nyan tries to aim for it and, gouge his eyes out, a giant metallic piece comes out and punches Nyan directly in the face. And Drive Knight, wow, the attention to detail on the tires. It really is good. Like, you see the treads and how they interlock with one another. They're not just like one big old tire. They're interlocked. And then can I just say how on another level some of these manga artists are? Because the detail of this motorcycle body of Drive Knight. You see like the gears that you would see in a motorcycle down to the very finite pieces and screws and bolts that go in to hold these brake pads into place. Like all these intricate parts. This is good. This is really good art. But Nyan gets punched in the face because Drive Knight transforms again, and he uses Battle Transformation Knight. And he turned the lower half of his body into a centaur again. We've seen that in the past, but he transforms and kicks Nyan in the face. The anesthetic gas didn't work. Too bad. In that case, I'm done trying to catch you. Battle Transformation Rook. And then it transforms around Drive Knight's lower half and turns into like multiple thrusters that send him all the way into the air. And then he transforms into Bishop, which is a big, massive mech. Well, I wouldn't say a massive mech, but it's a bulky mech with big brandished knuckles. And he punches Nyan full force. And Nyan doesn't even dodge out of the way or form around it. He gets hit full force with his whole body gets hit with this punch because it actually is a massive mech because the fist covers Nyan's entire body. And Nyan is already tall. So imagine how big this mech is if his fist is able to keep up with it. And the punch is strong enough to crater the ground. But Nyan is not there at the point of impact. He is not there. Huh? He disappeared. No. What's this? A life form reading inside my armor. And then Nyan uses castigation. And castigation. Cat castigation. I want to make sure I'm saying that right because I thought it was catigation, but castigation. And he cuts through Drive Knight's arm in this armor. He's going to destroy me from the inside. That leaves me no choice. Unlock transformation. And then it pretty much just dismantles this entire Bishop transformation. And Nyan just launches out of the side. Oh. You return to normal. You missed your one chance for victory. The same trick won't work again. As it shows Nyan, who's just absolutely livid. His fur is on end. His eyes are pure white. He has veins all over his head. He is upset. I just decided how I'll kill you. And then Nyan's body gets spiky and angular, Like the parts of his shoulders and everything, they become even more spiky, and his fingers and claws get even longer than before. Even the claws on his feet get long, and he looks a little bit more muscular than he did before, like he's really preparing to do some serious damage here.
I just decided how I'll kill you.
And then Drive Knight says, actually, I've decided too. Battle transformation, gold. And then Nyan hisses, and then he swipes in the direction of Drive Knight, akin to how Grimmjow would swipe in the direction of Ichigo when he was in his Pantera Resurrección. And the cuts are strong enough to slice through the ground itself and multiple buildings in the direction of Drive Knight. And Drive Knight is unharmed, as he's in a brand new armor that kind of reminds me of Boros just a little bit. But he's got jets that are coming out of his chest and his shoulders and his back, as he's in this gold armor. And then, as buildings are falling, it shows Nyan rushing towards Drive Knight as he goes,
I'll enter through your eyes or mouth and scratch your face, scratch your flesh to hear you scream.
And then, as the buildings are falling, Nyan stretches his body to go through the cracks in order to get to Drive Knight. And then Drive Knight punches all this rubble off of him, leaving no space for Nyan to be able to hit him.
Cat castigation!
And then Nyan uses the same attack again on Drive Knight, but Drive Knight just, stands his ground in this gold form and resists it. And then he starts tracking where Nyan is. And he punches the area where Nyan is currently going to be. Then it cuts to someone going, oh man, if I stick around here, death is certain. As it shows Second Gall carrying as many of the heroes as he can. Like, he's dragging Captain Mizuki, he's got like Needle Stars and a whole bunch of other heroes like Crescent Moon on his arm. He's dragging as many heroes as he can away from where Drive Knight and Nyan are fighting. Then we get back to the fight with Nyan as Drive Knight is still fighting Nyan, and Nyan, from one crack of rubble, manages to get inside of Drive Knight's suit as he goes, gotcha! And then this surprises Drive Knight, and he goes, slow learner, over here, and as he keeps poking his fingers out and tapping him on the head from different openings in his suit. And then it shows as Drive Knight is contending with one side, Nyan tries to slash him with another spot. So he's really fast. And Nyan is really fast and taking advantage of this right now. And then Nyan starts laughing. I gotta do that as a real laugh.
Fool, that super strong transformation must eat up fuel. But I'm in here, so it's no use. Now I'm going to castigate your flesh and... Huh?
And then it shows the whole area where Nyan is hiding in. It starts to heat up as Drive Knight heats up his entire body, inside and out. And then Drive Knight says, you fell for it. This form temporarily boosts my basic functions, but the real kicker is the heat. And then it shows Nyan launching out of the space of Drive Knight's body, whole body just singed and burning.
No!
Silver! And with Silver, Drive Knight turns a portion of his arm into a blade that stabs straight through Nyan.
Yeah!
Even you can't escape a good skewering.
But you're just a toy!
And then the whole area just goes up in fire as Nyan is enveloped in this fire. And Second Gall, still carrying all these heroes and dragging them as much as he can, sees this massive explosion erupt from the area that he just dragged everyone from. Then it shows Drive Knight walking towards Second Gall. Fire behind him, completely in shadow. Just like that one moment from the Batman when he was walking towards Penguin and there was that massive explosion behind him. He's walking out of the flames with Nyan's charred body. As Second Gall goes, Drive Knight, you won? And Drive Knight says, while he's gripping onto the charred body of Nyan, he says, target eliminated. I have collected the corpse of the level dragon monster Yan. And that's the end of chapter 116. Onwards to chapter 117. Yo! That was cool. Yo, I like Drive Knight. I like his transformations. That was nice. That was really nice. Punch 117, Imitations of Intrigue. And then it cuts to Second Gall talking to Drive Knight as he goes, whoa, impressive. You did it! You beat it! Amazing! Even the strongest execs amongst the monsters can't stand against a Class S hero. And then Drive Knight goes, you're looking at it the wrong way. This opponent was strong. With orthodox methods, I could never have landed a death blow. And he got conceited and let down his guard. I also gathered data on his combat style beforehand. Those two factors gave me an advantage. You gathered data? Yes. For a while, I watched his engagements with other heroes. So Drive Knight was watching everyone getting eviscerated by Nyan earlier. But if you had fought sooner, fewer heroes would have fallen. On the contrary, if my data had been incomplete, the situation would be worse. That's how I fight. I use anything I can to improve my chance of victory, and the fallen heroes were aware of the risk. That does make sense. But tell me something. What have you been doing? You haven't radioed since plunging in 2 days ago, so we thought you were dead. And then it cuts to when Second Gall was thinking about what Child Emperor was saying about a possible mole. Our Child Emperor was concerned about an informant, and Drive Knight's actions remain suspicious. And then it shows, and then Drive Knight causes a hologram to pop up in his hands as he shows a full map of the entire complex for the Monster Association. I was furtively gathering information on the enemy. As I said, that's how I fight. Huh. What is that? This. I have ascertained the names, characteristics, and fighting styles of monsters with a threat level of demon or higher, including their leaders who are threat level dragon. I also passed the time by torturing monsters. Whoa, you've been busy. I wanted to transmit my data to the other heroes, but the risk of interception by a traitor was too high. Traitor? Do you know who it could be? And then Drive Knight just stares at him and goes, first, let me ask something. How strong are the heroes' forces at present? And then time passes as Second Gall explains the situation, and then Drive Knight says, I see. Not only Metal Bat and Tank Top Master have fallen. The monsters in Hero Hunter have defeated many heroes ranked Class A or lower, including Death Gatling. In other words, at present, the Hero Association doesn't have many strong heroes for addressing a further crisis. And then Second Gall starts sweating as he goes, why do you say that? Is it true that Watchdog Man is unable to come to headquarters? Well, if Monster sees this moment to attack, Hero Association headquarters has the defense system installed by Metal Knight. He constructed the whole facility, and he expressed confidence that it's sufficient for combating monsters. And yet, he made it. The moment you believed him, the battle was half over. Surely you don't think the traitor is? Yes, it is Dr. Beaufoy, aka Metal Knight. Why do you think that? The other day, Orochi defeated the unmanned Metal Knight and examined it within the Monster Association hideout. It was the worst time since it was right before the big fight. Beaufoy had connected many robotic weapons for remote operation. They share the information they collect in the field, making them more efficient in battle. Metal Knight is one of Beaufoy's most prized weapons, so it shouldn't have lost so easily. It's like he gave the monsters everything he knows about weaponry. And then it just shows in these panels a big, like an army of robots created by apparently Dr. Beaufoy, which is the name of the guy who is Metal Knight. Wow, we actually got a name. And then it shows Gyoro Gyoro messing with Metal Knight's metal body. If they have already analyzed the robot's information and hacked its defense system, the Monster Association will have command of its weapons. Then the headquarters defense system and intercept weaponry won't work, as if it's nothing but a heap of garbage. Even worse, the control passcodes for Dr. Beaufoy's missile and remote-controlled explosives may be in the monster's hands. And then Second Gall, who strangely doesn't have a mouth in this bottom panel, goes, "You think he lost to Orochi on purpose to give them that information?" He intends to give weapons to the monsters. How do you know that? Because he has been waiting for a moment when the Hero Association is weak. He's a villain. Excuse me? I mean, the dude was always suspicious, but now Drive Knight is putting together some good points here. Mind you, I'm only on chapter 117, and there's still a ton to go through. Beaufoy does sound like an evil genius. He really does, because wasn't he the same one that told Child Emperor, "I will not be helping you or the Heroes Association. You'll figure this out on your own. I have some information, but I don't feel like telling you." Like, dude just makes himself even more suspicious, but with what Drive Knight is saying, this makes him even more implicated. Implicative? There it is. Because he has been waiting for a moment when the Hero Association is weak. He's a villain. I suspect he wants to increase his personal and military strength in order to take over the world, and the Hero Association is in his way. But this information isn't for everyone. No, wait, we mustn't jump to conclusions. After all, you don't have proof. And then Drive Knight doesn't say anything, and then he says, "Nonetheless, if headquarters falls under attack, will Blast defend it as the top-ranking hero?" Wow, I forgot about Blast. That's a good question. If the headquarters comes under attack, will Blast answer the call? Blast? No, I doubt it. He has practically retired. I see. But you're right. The situation is bad. I'll tell HQ to go on high alert. And then something comes in and then blasts off Second Gall's hand completely, along with the phone. Yet he was about to call headquarters and warn them. What was that? And then Drive Knight looks behind, and there's something standing down the road behind them. That robot! Did it come from underground? Oh, it's G5. It's G5. He somehow survived his encounter with the Atomic Samurai. I am Machine God G5. It appears that I have come at the right time. Drive Knight, defeat that thing! And then Drive Knight doesn't say anything. What's wrong? Unfortunately, my equipment is barely operable. Using it continuously for days and then in battle has depleted its power for combat. Yes, that is why your energy is reading low. We just need to pull out. But now we're pinned down. Hey, somebody! Is anyone left who can fight? The Monsignor has rendered all surface heroes incapable of combat. We cannot abandon them to their injuries. Are you sure you can't contact Blast? No, only a few on HQ staff know how, and that thing zapped my phone. I'm the only one left who can act? Then I will fight if I must. And then G5 goes, Did you mention pulling out? I see, the hostage has fled. I will catch them after I dispose of you. The robot's already in bad shape. I should cut loose with my big shot beam or... And then something comes in. No. Not something comes in. G5 breaks apart, and then we get the real body of G5 on the inside, which shatters the body and then launches towards Second Gall. No, I'm a goddard. And then someone... Who is it who comes flying in with his cybernetic enhancements with a big old drive kick? right towards G5 as he says, I recognize your energy signature. And it's Genos! Yo, what if G5 is the robot, is the cyborg that Genos has been searching for this whole time? I just thought of that. I could be wrong, but I recognize your energy signature. And then Genos lands a dropkick directly onto G5 with enough force to leave like a superheated, melted crease all the way down through his head down to his stomach, which shocks Second Gall. And, well, it's kind of hard to tell. It's kind of hard to tell what Drive Knight is, what emotion Drive Knight has if his face is just a perpetual eye. And then Genos flips in front of Second Gall as he goes, it seems that you have undergone upgrades like I have. But it is I who improves faster. And then, from the superheated body of G5, it explodes right behind Genos, like in a cool guys don't look at explosions type of way. What is the situation? And then Second Gall just kind of looks at Genos, and then Drive Knight is in the back and he simply says, Genos. And that's the end of chapter 117. Onwards to chapter 118. Yo, Genos is here! Let's go! Your Genos voice is so accurate. Well, thank you, Abir. Thank you. I hope y'all enjoying all these voices I'm doing. Punch 118, only strength is necessary. And then it cuts to the fat guy that was carrying Waganma as he's huffing and puffing, but apparently he's no longer fat because he's been running this whole time and he's been pretty much running all that fat off because he's skinny now. And then Waganma, and then he goes, ugh, I'm short on calories, so I can't run unless I eat something. And then Waganma's holding onto his cape and grabbing him, going, what? Keep going! You're a Class C hero, right? If you want to rank up, run harder! And he starts pulling on, I can't call him fat anymore, on this guy's mask and starts pulling. And then he goes, listen, a monster slashed my stomach earlier. And then a light comes up from the path that they just ran down, the street they just ran from, and it's Genos, who literally comes in carrying all of the heroes. All of the heroes that got cut through by Nyan, he's carrying them all, and he grabs the guy, and then Second Gall grabs Waganma, and they're just speeding off down the road at high speeds. Don't let go! We're hustling out of here! And then it cuts to Genos as he's booking it. He's booking it like crazy. And he jumps a little bit over the train tracks, causing Waganma, the guy that was carrying Waganma, and Second Gall to fly into the air just a little bit. And the guy that was carrying Waganma, the once fat guy, they're going at such a speed that he starts sailing towards the railway sign up ahead. But Second Gall lands, and then he grabs the guy, but not enough to keep him from hitting his head on the railway sign. Oh wait, it grazed him. It almost hit him. It didn't hit him. He pulled him down fast enough before he busted his head on the railway sign. That was close. And then Genos says, are you all right? And Second Gall goes, never mind that. Just go. And then it shows that there are two objects, two figures, traveling along the rooftops, keeping up with Genos. And Genos notices. And it's two monsters.
You killed our comrades. Where'd you think you're going? You're carrying quite a load there.
Heads up, says Second Gall. Heads up, says Second Gall.
Let us lighten your burden.
And these monsters open up their mouths really wide in order to try and bite down on Second Gall and Waganma. But Genos' arms open up into open ports, which then shoot out lasers that seek out these monsters and completely dismantle them. These are Genos has disintegrator rays Genos has disintegrating rays in his arms. And then it shows Genos who's running ahead, and it's a closed gate, and he runs at top speed, and with his shoulders pointed forward, he shoots a hole into the gate, and he speeds through on the other side where everyone else is waiting. All the security forces are waiting outside of outside of City Z? City Z. And everyone falls off of his back, and he skids, and he goes, "Is everyone here?" And then Second Gall goes, "Yeah." And then Captain Mizuki goes,
Are we really?
and then one of the security forces comes in going, "Mr. Second Gall!" And Waganuma is just chilling, going,
Phew.
and then time passes as everyone gets prepared to be, tended to by medics. Like all the heroes who got majorly injured, such as Crescent Moon Highbrows and Feather and Jet Nice Guy, they all are sitting on stretchers preparing to get tended to, and they're getting bandaged up. And then it cuts to Genos, who's on top of one of these NPCs as he's just scanning, and he's going, "Scanning for the enemy." And then Second Gall is injecting, I guess, a painkiller or something into his arm as it's getting bandaged up, because remember, he lost his right hand. And then he gets on the phone and goes, "Hello, this is Second Gall. Sitch?" "Affirmative. We've secured Waganma. The military escort will take us to HQ. Is a medical team on standby? The support team is down. No, Demon Cyborg got us out. I'll provide a full report later. Yes." And then he looks over, because Mizuki, everyone's getting tended to, and they got oxygen masks because they all got slashed through by Nyan, so they really need some medical attention. That upgrade is insane. It really is. The dude is so much different from when we first seen him. Like beforehand, he was able to literally blast an entire cityscape skyline with one big massive blast. Then he got advanced enough to leave holes in mountains, and now this dude is so strong and so fast that he's able to axe kick big metal, tough metal bodies to the point where not only do they get melted from the friction and heat that is enveloping his legs, but they explode from the excess heat. And not only that, he has lasers over every part of his arm, so you can basically fire it from anywhere. From the sides of his arm, from his shoulders. The dude is a monster now. But in a good way. But he looks over at Genos and goes, "Demon Cyborg, Sitch wants to talk." And then Genos, with his new extendable rocket arm, catches the phone and then pulls it back to him with his extendo arm. It's just the small things. Not only can he shoot lasers out of his arm, but he can extend his arm as well. And then Genos goes, "Yes." And then Sitch says, "However you did it, you've done well. I must express my gratitude. Thank you. I apologize for excluding you from the operation. I hope I can explain my actions later." "This is wasting time. Is there anything else?" "Well, actually, if it's possible, we need your strength right away." And then Genos doesn't say anything. Then it cuts back to when Genos was grabbing all of the heroes and preparing to run them out of the city, when he was talking to Drive Knight. And Genos goes, "Do you not need me to carry you?" "No, I can return on my own. Just see to the injured." And then it shows Nyan still breathing and twitching a little bit, but no way a threat to anyone right now. "That monster is still breathing. Get back. I will finish it off." "No, don't. I'll take responsibility for disposing of it." And this surprises Genos, and this makes Genos suspicious as he goes, "What do you intend to do?" "I'll study its anatomy for creating a biomimetic? Biomimetic. I've never heard of that word. I'll study its anatomy for creating a biomimetic weapon. As I'm sure you understand, we must study new life forms to grow stronger. Humankind has a history of studying the animal world for developing new technologies. Thus, we must even study monsters for the cause of justice." And then Yan goes,
Yeah, I should have not fought you guys. One of you can beat our big shots with one punch, and you're going to dissect me to make weapons?
and this is when This is when Genos realizes that the person that Nyan is talking about is his master. And then he thinks, huh? Master Saitama has already joined the battle. And then Genos, still on the phone with Sitch, as it cuts back to the present day, goes, I was going to continue fighting anyway. But do not misunderstand. I will not take orders. I follow someone else. And then he ends the phone call. And then it cuts to Wagama screaming as he goes, no way! You gotta take me home, Demon Cyborg! And then Second Gall goes, actually, that would be best for us too. And then Genos doesn't say anything. And then the fat guy, who used to be fat, stands behind Wagama and puts his hands on his shoulders and goes, leave the boy to me. You must help everyone still fighting. And then Second Gall goes, what about your stomach wound? It seems the claws merely entered the folds in my fat, so I'm fine. Then what was that blood from? It just grazed him. It grazed the fat. How does Dr. Kusuno keep coming up with these upgrades? I have no idea. He might be talking with Tony Stark secretly. But the cut that Nyan did to fat guy, it only went into the folds of his fat, so it really didn't have any lasting damage. It seems the claws merely entered the folds of my fat, so I'm fine. But that's a miracle. And then Genos says, are you sure about this? Yes. My special constitution rapidly converts nutrition into fat. Then I can remain active. So if I eat, I'll be all right. Nonetheless, this has taught me that I still lack strength. The situation demands overwhelming strength. Let me guard the boy so Genos can continue fighting. And Second Gall doesn't say anything. Genos doesn't say anything. And then Second Gall, tossing his phone to Genos, goes, take this, Demon Cyborg. It's the data that Drive Knight collected on the enemy. And Genos catches it. And then he looks at it in a panel which shows more detail over his souped-up cybernetics on his arm. And that is the end of Chapter 118. Onwards to Chapter 119. I seriously forgot to... Okay, so how many chapters do I have? I have 169 chapters. I have 169 chapters. There's 169 chapters of One Punch Man overall. We are entering into getting close to chapter 120. So that'll leave 49 chapters left to go. We'll see where we stand once it's 4 o'clock. We'll see where we stand then. Punch 119, broken. Genos' shoulders are fire, liposuction with Dr. Nyan, MD. There's no way he's saved by fat rolls. That's seriously what it is. Punch 119, broken. And then it shows Putty Prisoner getting tossed through a wall. Remember, he's the one who woke up Garo. And he gets tossed straight through a full concrete wall. Bloodied and bruised. I can't believe I lost so easily. It's no use. I can't even stand. I need time to recover, but he won't wait. This isn't good. This is goodbye. I'm sorry, my honeys. And then a big old muscly black foot just comes in right behind Putty Prisoner. Huh? Those male pheromones, those muscular calves. Your muscles are in bad shape. Who defeated you, prisoner? It's Black Luster! The biggest, blackest black man I've ever seen in this series. This is what you call a big brother. He's a big brother. It was Garo. I've gotten stronger, but I've lost. The hero hunter, huh? And then he just stares down the hole. Stare down the hole. Wow. The hole that Putty Prisoner got punched through? It is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 walls he got punched straight through. Kind of like how Vader, during the promotional trailers of The Force Unleashed 2, got force pushed through multiple walls. That's basically what happened to Putty. And what time is it there right now? It is 1:39. And I got to do this real quick, because I know you guys can see it, but none of y'all are saying anything. My lips are chapped. I can feel it. And it disgusts me. It upsets me. It infuriates me. And it's raining outside. But I gotta do this. My lips are chapped. I cannot. Gotta let that set in. Plus, it'll help me when I'm playing on my trumpet later tonight. I cannot come to y'all with chapped lips. 1:39 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. But yes, that is what it is for me since I live on the East Coast. But Black Luster is looking with a raised people's eyebrow down in the direction where Garo is. And Prisoner says, he was stronger than I imagined. He's only a teenager, but don't underestimate him, Luster. I doubt even a class S hero could defeat him one-on-one. He's bestial and possesses unparalleled strength. Even you would be hard-pressed against him. And it shows Garo standing at the end of this hallway, blowing out like breath that you would see from a beast in an anime. I'm the weakest class S hero, so you may not believe me. But you must understand, I couldn't even scratch him. And then Black Luster, in a very detailed panel showing how much muscle he has, goes, understood. Then I will break him in your place. Don't worry. After all, I haven't suffered a single scratch yet either. Luster, you mustn't fall for me. Your muscles will hither. Your muscles will... Oh, and then... Oh no, it's Luster as he's... It's Prisoner as he's blushing. And then Luster goes, you mustn't fall for me. Your muscles will wither. Now, let's see if he's an opponent worth hitting with my full strength. As he hits both of his fists together. This dude is swole! And then then it cuts to Garo as he's walking towards Black Luster. These are some really detailed panels. What kind of trumpet exercises do I practice? Scales or any specific drills? Apologies for going off topic. Oh, I just do scales. Because the thing is, I play instruments, I'm a musician, but I can't read music. I don't know what notes I'm playing, but I can memorize what the notes sound like, which allows me to play entire songs. So I just go through the scales, the classic scales. You could ask me to play a note, I probably wouldn't be able to do it at first go. But if you let me listen to the note you want me to play, I could pick it up just instantly. So I can't read music, but I can memorize it. I can memorize the sounds, and that's how I've always learned. But I just do scales. Scales, and then certain songs, and especially songs that were hard for me at first, I practice those as well to keep my skills sharp. But Garo walks toward Black Luster, and Black Luster goes, this'll be fun. And then he just stands and he just starts to walk in front of Garo like Dio was walking in front of Jotaro. They have this little standoff moment. And then it cuts to Child Emperor.
You have no messages. I haven't received any updates from Atomic Samurai. Maybe he hasn't rescued the other child yet. The Monster Association is probably weakening, but I lost my ultimate weapon, so I should join the other heroes.
And then it shows him walking, and then he looks down, and he sees Yayan, Okama, and Bushidrill.
Yayan! Okami Itachi! Bushidrill! Oh no! The top class A swordsmen have fallen? He has a pulse, but he's gravely injured.
Ugh. Child Emperor. And it's Yayan as he goes, you're alone? That's bad. You should leave. It's still close. And then he looks, and then he just barely manages to dodge something aiming at him going into the wall.
Wow! That was close.
Ugh. There it is. Run. It's one of their big shots. You must flee.
Huh? What is that? Is it even a living creature?
And he sees the water. The living mineral water coming down a distance away from him. Whoo. Perfect pitch or just super relative pitch? There's a difference between those two? Perfect pitch I've heard of. But what is super relative pitch?
Is that what defeated the three swordsmen? And it's thread level dragon? But it doesn't even look as tough as Phoenix Man.
And then the mineral water stands up, and then the eyes that are inside this mineral water line up, and they stare at Child Emperor as 2 more blasts of water just barely manages to dodge three blasts of water that I don't know why I said 2 barrels, but dodge 3 instances of water trying to hit him. And then it comes right back to him. And then it shows the mad Dr. Fish chewing on Child Emperor's tools, and he tries to slash at them.
Does the liquid control the fish? No, they're merely symbiotic with the monster's water.
As it shows more mad Dr. Fish launching out towards Child Emperor, which he slashes away with his lightsaber baton.
But they can bite clean through a steel sword. They're just like water jet cutters for demolition work. If they touch me, I'm dead, so I can't let that happen. In a normal fight, you'd be dangerous, so it's a good thing I'm here. I have a way to beat you.
And then he opens up his backpack, and a bunch of Legos just come out. And the Legos turn into like a Lego snowman, complete with scarf, hat, and skis. This man is fighting with Legos. This man is fighting with Legos. This boy is fighting with Legos. Relative pitch is just recognizing the difference in pitch between 2 notes, but I wish I could just hear the note and play it like you. Very cool skill to have. Well, thank you. Sounds like he has relative pitch. Maybe that's what I have. Because I don't have any trouble picking up on songs and then memorizing them. So that might be what I have. Relative pitch. Relative pitch. Or my buddy has perfect pitch and can play any song after hearing it only once. See, that's me. It doesn't take me long to fully learn a song and then get it to a point where I just memorize it. So it doesn't take me long. It's not like it takes me days to learn a song. It just takes me the very same moment I hear it, I just get it. So I may not be on the same level as your buddy Hitachi, but it's what I've done for the past 10 years. But this man is fighting with Legos, a Lego snowman, and then the living mineral water shoots out blasts of water towards Child Emperor, and Child Emperor screams,
"Rapid freezing breath!"
And then his Lego snowman, blows out a freezing breath that actually starts to freeze the water from living mineral water. And then starts to actually freeze the entire body of it.
I knew it! It can't control its body temperature. I never expected to face something like this, so it's a good thing I carry a wide variety of weapons.
And that's the end of chapter 119. Onwards to chapter 120. Chapter 120, Unfathomable. And then it cuts to someone going, "I found you, you brat!" And it's, "You set me Hedro Jellyfish on fire!" And it's Hedro Jellyfish, who is still somehow alive despite everything that's happened to him. "And I'm the type to hold a grudge, so I'm gonna kill you!"
Ugh, you sure are stubborn, but I can't bother with you right now.
Evil mineral water, I will help you by interfering with his attacks.
And then it shows evil mineral water with one portion of its body not covered in ice, shooting a water jet over to Hedro Jellyfish and starting to actually engulf his head and actually start to drain his very life out of his body, like draining his insides. I thought he was dead. So did I, Ogata-san. That's what I thought. But he's apparently still alive. But the mineral water starts sucking out his insides, and he's all, What are you? Are you sucking up my water content?" And the mineral water starts to suck in the insides of Hedro Jellyfish. And then apparently the ice that was covering its body starts to slowly melt in steam as Child Emperor realizes,
No, not his water, his oil content. because oil has a lower freezing point.
And then afterwards, it shows that Hedro Jellyfish is officially dead this time. He's finally dead this time. He won't be coming back because living mineral water basically just drained his body of everything, leaving only a dry carcass behind.
I don't think this liquid has a brain or nervous system, but it has superior problem-solving skills. Even though I've studied more?
And then it shows mineral water. How can I say this? LMW? Then it shows LMW shooting towards Child Emperor, and he shoots through Child Emperor's leg, destroying his Lego snowman in the process. This is the first... Wow, it's been a while since I don't think we've ever seen Child Emperor have a grievous wound like a big old hole in his leg before.
It hit me. Its strength is unfathomable.
And it shows LMW just coming out of the frozen state it was in and rising itself up above the ground, stretching its tendrils all throughout the room and hanging in front of Child Emperor. Then it cuts to Genos, who's running through the streets. According to Drive Knight's data, the problem is threat level Dragon. The only Class S heroes who could easily beat them are probably Terrible Tornado or King. And there is no time to develop a strategy, as he's looking through all the listings of all the executives of Homeless Emperor, Black Spermatozone, Gums, Overgrown Pochi, Gyoro Gyoro, Evil Mineral Water. Why did I say living mineral water? It's evil mineral water. Evil mineral water. So EMW. And President Ugly. And there is no time to develop a strategy. Master Saitama may have already defeated them, but... And then it cuts to Saitama as he's with Flash. You should have told me you were lost. We passed this way 4 times already. Could this be an enemy trap? No, you're just lost. We're getting nowhere, so let's just punch through. We're sure to find some heroes or monsters. And he just starts punching through walls. He just starts punching through walls. And Flash is just like, well, it's against my policy to leave a trail. But it's not a bad idea. If we find a monster, we'll have it lead us to the Monster King. Yup! And then Flash is now following Saitama as he's punching through all the walls. Then it cuts to a monster going,
Hey, the heroes are coming. Hurry up in there. Class S heroes are no joke. Hey, hurry up. Hey, the heroes are coming. Hurry up in there.
And it shows a monster who I guess really has to use a bathroom, as another monster is on the toilet going,
Class S heroes are no joke, so I'll wait it out in here.
And then there's a bam sound as Saitama punches through the bathroom of the monsters. And he punches right inside of the bathroom with this monster as he goes, there's a monster in here.
Oh no!
Hey you, when you're finished pooping, take us to your boss. Well, and then Flash, who's holding his nose because, you know, monster sitting on the toilet. I forgot Genos doesn't know about King. He doesn't know about King at all. No one knows about King's true nature except for Saitama. Everyone else thinks he's so super powerful, but he's not. But Saitama says, hey, you, when you're finished pooping, take us to your boss. And then Flash, holding his nose because, you know, number 2 situation, goes, we'll wait 30 seconds.
Flashy Flash! You're a Class S hero!
And then we cut to explanations of classes in heroes, even though we've kind of seen this already, but I'll read it again. Immediately after the establishment of the Hero Association, only classes C, B, and A existed. The criteria for attaining ranks were combat ability, defeating monsters and other ne'er-do-wells, contributing to society, such as by helping people, and popularity. Heroes couldn't reach Class A simply by being strong. I don't think we read this before. We've never read this. Heroes couldn't reach Class A simply by being strong. The association made assessments based on the hero's daily conduct and achievements. So even heroes with low physical abilities could rely on their various strengths to climb the ranks. And it cuts to Moomin Rider as he goes, take caution! Leave that balloon stuck in a tree to me! Due to the rankings changing on a weekly basis, the competition was fierce for over 6 months. Then it comes to Lightning Mask as he goes, I need a killer move. But then the association realized that many continually high-ranking heroes were banding together to defeat monsters that were threat-level demon, while other heroes could do it easily on their own. And then it cuts to Metal Bat, who was then Class C, ranked 223, defeating this monster that was standing in front of like Stinger and the other heroes all on his own. But this was before he got his big bat, his perfect bat. Those heroes weren't interested in rank. Oh no, we never read this. We may have read something similar when we were getting introduced to how rankings go, but we were never introduced to how it started. This is that explanation. Those heroes weren't interested in rank. While other heroes rushed into battle to chalk up feats and ended up dead, these heroes did things at their own pace. Then they fought, and then they won. And it shows Watchdog Man cleanly taking off the head of a monster in one swipe. Then Class C ranked 301. By some measures, they scored lower than heroes who were regularly active and dominated the rankings, so they attracted less attention. Thus, the association realized the system wasn't beneficial for keeping individuals of rare talent within the organization. And then here, it cuts to a gravity room. Wow. Black Luster is going through some Goku-level training, because he is in a gravity room, being under the force of 15 Gs. This is Super Alloy Black Luster. Then Class C, ranked 383, the very bottom. Black Luster was at the very bottom of Class C, but he had all this monstrous strength in a 15G room. How much is 15 Gs? $15 Gs of force. What is 15 Gs of force? Actually, what would be better is what is the theoretical amount of force that a human can withstand? How many Gs could a human withstand indefinitely? At least 1. Okay, so how do you calculate G forces? 1 G is the force of Earth's gravity. So 15 times gravity. 15 times gravity is what Black Luster is under, and he's holding up these massive 4-chambered weights while he's doing all this weight training. Let me get back to it. So it established, thus the association realized the system wasn't beneficial for keeping individuals of rare talent within the organization. So it established a separate category for heroes specialized in combat whom it recognized as possessing ability equivalent to one division of the nation's force for addressing emergencies. And that was the beginning of Class S. Then it shows Bang, Silverfang, then Class B, rank 77, as he's in his dojo training all of his students, which includes Sourface and a very young Garo. There are many tough fighters who want to become professional heroes and whose ambition is to kick butt, but they aim to become top rankers in Class A, not Class S, which shows they still think like the average person. Class S is an anomaly. Individuals who had once aimed at ultimate strength said this in awe, for they recognized that Class S heroes would not waver before any obstacle. However, their opponents this day were... And that's the end of the chapter. That's the end of chapter 120. Onwards to chapter 121. I want to see the continuation of this. Punch 121, real body. And then it shows... Oh no. However, their opponents this day were... And we cut to Pig God, who's being munched on by gums. Class S, rank 10, Pig God. Then we have Class S, rank 4, Atomic Samurai, as he's being manhandled by Black Spermatozoon.
Dropping the ceiling on me isn't enough, old man.
Then we cut to Class S, Rank 8, Zombie Man. What's wrong, hero? Can't regenerate anymore? As we stand there in front of the open chest cavity of Zombie Man. Both his arms have been charred, been burnt off, and dismembered. His whole body is jet black from the view that we're getting, and a giant gaping hole from the top of his chest all the way down to the base of his midsection is just a big old hole where we can see the homeless emperor straight through it. Class S, Rank 5, Child Emperor.
Chemicals won't work either. I've used almost all my items. I need an idea to turn the tables. Think of an effective move. But I need more sugar.
As it shows Child Emperor who's engulfed in the evil mineral water. Class S, Rank 17, Putty Prisoner. Don't give up. Believe in the power of love. My fantasies will get me back on my feet. Angel deep breathing. Class A, Rank 1, Amai Mask, aka Handsome Cayman. Yeah! Keep that ugly face away from me! Stay away from me, you hideous monster! As it shows Amai Mask struggling against the ugly face of President Ugly. Class A, Rank 2, Iain. Class A, Rank 3, Okami Itachi. Class A, Rank 4, Bushi Drill. The everyday world treats the top-ranking heroes like monsters, but today those heroes have encountered the true monsters. Preparedness for death comes hardest to those who have acquired superhuman abilities. Thus, they were not ready to die today. A feeling they had not experienced in quite some time arose within them, as it shows Zombie Man's body reforming. It shows Atomic Samurai. It shows Pig God doing his best to struggle against the digestive juices of fat gums, not gums, but gums. And then a feeling they had not experienced in quite some time arose within them. Fear. It was not the first time a human had faced a threat of this scale, but he talks about his exploits so casually that no one has the slightest idea. Some within the Hero Association anticipated the appearance of heinous monsters who would sorely test even the Class S heroes, and yet there was reason for placing the utmost faith in the attack team. And that was Terrible Tornado, the Class S Rank 2 hero. Many believe that no being in this world could defeat her with conventional methods. The Class S Rank 1 hero Blast rarely shows himself, so the world treats her as the Association's ultimate weapon. However, her opponent this day...
You were inside Gyoro and you're the real body?
Remember, she ripped out a human-shaped body from inside of Gyoro, and now we're getting to see what happens next. However, her opponent this day was far from conventional. Throughout this whole encounter, her opponent kept out of Tornado's deadly range.
No, I don't think so. No, I don't think so. You're just a lump of flesh. But you made pretend you were trapped. Were you making fun of me?
As she brings this individual's body to the ground. And then the pieces of Gyoro are going, she used telekinesis to blow apart a giant flesh puppet created for durability, and drew out the life-size form I planted inside. It's a good thing I wasn't actually in there. No wonder her own little sister fears her. I could devise ways to defeat the other Class S heroes, but Tornado is proving difficult. However, monsters such as Homeless Emperor and Black Spermatozoon could team up and beat anybody. Even though dragon-level monsters don't usually cooperate, the Monster Association is blessed with a wicked degree of talent. First, I'll wait for the big shots to finish off their targets. Then I'll use telepathy to order them to surround Tornado, as I watch from deep underground. Even the monsters do not know where I am, which is fine by me, for I have completed new puppets. Oh, wait. Yo! Yo! The true mastermind the true mastermind of this whole thing is not some dude, it's a woman, and she's at the deepest recesses of the Monsters Association hideout, just chilling in like this Victorian looking room with the fireplace, just sipping on some wine. Even the monsters do not know where I am, which is fine by me, for I have completed new puppets. And the new puppets she's talking about are basically new bodies apparently she can control. This looks like a giant room, a giant mad scientist room for Dr. Frankenstein. Because there's giant vats with different bodies inside of them. And this woman is just sitting on a chair drinking wine. A true mastermind never reveals herself. All humankind shall fear its new unknown ruler. All lies within my palm, and I will enjoy watching humanity fall to ruin. But first, Tornado, you must die. And then she sends like some bead of energy towards Tornado, or at least she sends her presence, and Tornado senses it. And she looks down where this woman is, and she goes,
"Oh, there you are. Found you."
"She what? She found me? No, that can't be. I'm 1,500 meters underground. I needed several relay points for my thought waves to reach the surface. There's no way she could sense me. But she's watching me." Yo, Tornado can see this woman already. "Was she able to trace me through the faint telepathic emanations from Gyoro? This is bad." And then Tornado goes, "Enough hiding. Come join the party." And then she focuses her fingers, and then she points directly down where this woman is. And then that woman gets forcibly lifted into the air. "I can't move." And she's struggling. "Isn't there a big shot? Anyone who can distract Tornado? Wait, there's Pochi. I let him run free, so he should be able to come. Telepathy, full power. Overgrown Pochi, come take a bite out of a Tornado." And then it cuts to Pochi, who is currently facing off against Blizzard, Bang, and Bomb. As it shows Pochi firing a blast in their direction. And that's the end of the chapter. Wow, we have the mastermind. We have the mastermind. It's a woman who's been chilling at the bottom of the Monster Association hideout this entire time. Another babe, these images? I know, Abir. I know which images you mean specifically. I know which ones you mean. Onwards to chapter 122. They're very well drawn. Ooh, to see them in motion. I'ma stop. Punch 122, the new Blizzard Bunch. And it shows Pochi firing blasts at Blizzard, Bang, and Bomb. Blizzard, Bang, and Bomb. And they're inside of like this catacomb amphitheater looking space in the association, as Pochi is trying to keep up with the three of them and constantly shoot at them, but he's not hitting them. And then they duck behind a building. And then Bomb goes,
"That's one vicious mutt, but I think it was already wounded."
And then Blizzard goes, "I've never seen a monster that strong. How can we fight it?" And then Bang goes,
"It must be among the Monster Association's strongest. But if it's weaker than usual, this is our chance."
We shouldn't have separated from King.
Fretting won't get us anywhere. Back us up, young lady. Are you up to this, big brother?
Wait, he disappeared.
And then it shows Pochi speeding in and bursting through the wall right next to Bang, Bomb, and Blizzard. And he goes, "Uh-oh." And then Bang, using his martial arts as Pochi shoots at them point blank, a massive explosion envelops the area where they are. And the whole space in which they were completely implodes. But then, from underneath this rubble, Bomb cuts out a space with his own martial arts and knocks out a chunk of rubble so they can all come out. And then it shows Bang and Bomb, who are perfectly fine, as Bang thinks,
Huh? We're unharmed.
and then it shows Blizzard was using her powers to protect both herself, Bang, and Bomb, but apparently it's kind of stressful on her because she's kind of bleeding from her eye.
If I hadn't protected you, you'd have been pancakes. You owe me one. But I can't do that again.
As her just protecting herself, Bang, and Bomb was enough to cause one of her eyes to bleed and blood to come out of her mouth and nose. This was way too much psychic power for her to use in one singular instance. Then it shows Pochi making its way to the three of them, and he's preparing it for another blast. And then she's looking, and she's thinking,
It's no use. There's nowhere to run.
and she just looks heavy-lidded at Pochi, still bleeding.
I'm sorry, everyone. How disappointing that your leader disappears right when we were gonna get new members and resurrect the team.
And she just assumes that Saitama, Genos, and Bang and Bomb were gonna join the Blizzard Bunch.
As that leader, the best option I can think of is... Okay, you two. You're the new Blizzard Bunch.
I try to use my mouse to direct these pages because I don't want to keep using my finger and leaning.
I'll block it again. Use that opportunity to slip away.
And then Bomb goes, huh?
I physically fortified you, so you should be able to move a little faster.
Hey, you're right. My knee doesn't hurt. And I feel freer around my lower back.
And then Pochi shoots at the three of them again.
And she screams out, Now go!
And then Blizzard, using all of her power, because veins pop up along her eyes and her face as she screams out loud. And then Bang comes in and swipes away the shots of Pochi, exploding behind her. And then Bang goes,
Thank you, young lady. I pack a punch again.
And then Pochi roars as both Bomb and Bang go,
Let's go, big brother. I'm with you.
Whirling wind.
Flowing water. Fists of biting fangs killing dragons.
And both Bang and Bomb unload on the face. Both Bang and Bomb just pepper. They just barrage Pochi's face with punches. And that's the end of the chapter. Oh, I like this moment with Bang and his brother. I really do. Let's go on to chapter 123. Punch 123. Sit. That's what I tell Kenzo every single time he misbehaves in the house. And Blizzard can only look on in surprise as she sees Pochi being just completely barraged by all these punches. And then both Bang and Bomb kick Pochi into the wall behind Blizzard. And then they land, all epic-like.
Huh? What? They beat it? I knew Silver Fang was strong, but doesn't he have any limits?
And then both Bang and Bomb are giving each other a high five in the back going, well done.
But wait, what's the deal with his older brother? He's not a hero, is he? But he's as strong as Silver Fang. So I just discovered some exceptional talent. And I won't let him escape. I must have him in the Blizzard Bunch.
And then she starts walking all nice to Bomb going,
Bomb, was it?
huh?
Ahem. You've got some good moves. I'm so impressed.
And she tries to make herself look all fashionable and sexy, trying to drag him in.
You did well, too.
I forgot to mention something. The Blizzard Bunch comes with benefits. Join now and receive a 3-kilogram choice steak set.
And as she's saying that, Pochi gets back up. And then everyone gets on edge as Bomb goes,
It's still kicking. What a tough mutt.
and then Bang says,
This pesky dog's impeding our progress. We got to teach it to sit.
and then all of a sudden, Pochi stops moving, and then he sits.
It actually sat. All right, let's move on. The cooperative move didn't work against the giant centipede either. I'm losing confidence. What's wrong?
And then Blizzard's in the background, hair all frizzled, and she's all like, I can't take this. I can't take this anymore. And then it cuts to Tornado, who sensed Blizzard using her power as she goes,
That power. Is Blizzard here? I forbade her participation in this operation. I'll give Sekengal a tongue lashing later.
Then it cuts to some sort of minecart just rolling through, and Saitama and Flash are sitting in this minecart, and Saitama's just enjoying himself. Whee! This is so ridiculous. That combo is crazy. It really is. I need a One Punch Man Muso game or action RPG. I need it. I need it. I want it. I must have it. I gotta have it. I gotta have it. I can't, as much as I love the manga, I need to get it in my hands and experience the power in my hands. I must have it. Please, God, please, let a One Punch Man game be made. Please. Not that fighting game that no one ever plays. It's called The Hero That No One Knows. That's the game that no one plays. Please, please. But Saitama's just chilling right in this minecart with the same monster that was used in the bathroom, along with Flash. As Flash goes, hey, how long until the Monster King?
About 10 minutes.
It's time to fight the big boss. And then Saitama goes, I had no idea all this was under my house. I wish I'd known. I never had been bored. Don't get too excited. If you fall into a trap, I'm leaving you. Hey, I'm focused on this. I hate amateurs. Huh? Actually, I've done quite a... And as Saitama says this, all of a sudden, they hit at a very steep incline. And they both go sailing down the incline. Ah! Woo! And then Saitama's just enjoying himself. Woo! And then Flash is in the back going, quiet down. And then the monster's going,
Just you wait. I can switch tracks up ahead and send them over a cliff. If I die and take a class as hero with me, it'd be a huge score.
whoa, look at that drop. As they're going across this, the railway, and it's a deep ravine, and the monster's all like second guessing himself because it's a long drop and he kind of doesn't want to go out that way. You keep seeing ads for some One Punch Man mobile game. It must be trash. Look, I mean, it's a mobile game. I am not really that big on mobile games. I prefer consoles on my Switch or PS5. So if a One Punch Man game gets made, it needs to be console only. I can't go with mobile games because they just turn into gotchas, and I just can't fall into that trap. I can't do that. But the monster is second guessing himself. Also, Noah Hauser, you are new, or I am new. You knew something? I am new. Or I am no. If you say new, then you must mean the NEW version. But welcome. Hope you enjoy yourself while we're here. I'm reading until 4. You're new and you're gonna restart the live? Ooh, that's okay. Go ahead. I mean, it's gonna be a hot minute before you catch back up, but hey, be my guest. Enjoy yourself all the same. Gajil, what is going on?
So much has been going on in One Punch Man.
Why didn't you get a notification? I don't know. Do you have the bell turned on? We need to continue. The monster's second guessing himself because he kinda doesn't want to fall going down this cliff that he can't see the bottom in. And Saitama, and he's all like,
If I die and take a class as hero with me, it'd be a huge score. I'll wait for another opportunity.
because he's scared to take out both Flash and Saitama at the same time. But that's the end of chapter 124. Onwards to chapter 125. Chapter Punch 120. Wait, that was Punch 123. We're moving on to 124. That's my mistake. Punch 124, Psychos. And then they come into this massive mining area. As Saitama is going, whoa, what is this place? And there's a bunch of monsters just mining stuff down there. Gold and rubies. And Flash says, they found a vein of gold. So that's how you fund your schemes, huh?
Huh? Yeah, I guess.
And then it shows ant monsters flashing a light over where Flash and Saitama are as they go, uh-oh, as big, giant monsters that kind of remind you of Reapers from Mass Effect, aim towards the crew as they start sliding on this subway car, and they try to jab at him. And then the monster that's traveling with Saitama, traveling with them, tells the other monsters,
I'm on your side!
and he's holding on to Saitama's cape to hide himself, and Saitama just goes, "Hey, no pulling!" And then when it comes to the two monsters preparing to jab into them, both Flash and Saitama jump up past them, and Saitama using his punch and Flash using his maneuvers, they cut through those monsters in an instant. On Saitama's side, it's a lot more gory simply because his punches basically just implode the body from the inside. This hideout seems as big as Onigashima. Yeah, Noah, if you try to go into where I am right now and then try to double back, it's just going to be really confusing. So, I mean, apologies, but I mean, there's really a ton to catch up on concerning with all the chapters that I've gone through so far. So you might just have to wait just a little bit. Wow, I'm getting more and more people watching me read through this. That's amazing. Hey, everybody. But they eviscerate both these monsters, and the monster that was traveling with them is surprised to see just how both Saitama and Flash destroy those monsters. And then they land right back into the subway car so effortlessly. And Flash is just looking at Saitama because he just witnessed Saitama one-punch this monster, but he doesn't say anything. And then Saitama goes, "Hey, you're not bad. You're kind of fast." And then Flash is all like, "Kinda." And then the monster that's stuck with them is going,
"What's with them? They're crazy strong."
And then Saitama stares at this one-eyed monster and goes, "You."
Yes?
"My cape."
Huh? Oh, right. Here you go.
And then, because he held on to Saitama's cape, but it snapped off, and so Saitama puts it back on. "That's much better." And then it shows another monster stabbing into Saitama's cape, causing him to be yanked out of the subway car as Flashy Flash and the other monster keep sailing forward ahead of them. And he gets yanked and he goes, "Huh?" And then Flash goes, "Hey!" But he can't do anything because he keeps moving forward with the subway car. Not necessarily any brakes on this thing. And as he's watching, the monster screams out,
"Ah! The track's missing up ahead!"
as it's a big old gap. And then the monster's screaming and he's holding on to Flash as he goes,
"Oh no! Long live the Monster Association!"
as he pretty much puts his plan into action as multiple monsters come out of the tunnel after Flash. And then Flash, using his superior speed, dashes out of the subway car before it even gets off the tracks, cuts through all the monsters that came through to try and stab into him. Mind you, these are the same monsters, the big Reaper-looking monsters that came after Saitama and Flash at the beginning. More of them come out of the walls of the tunnels after Flash, but Flash uses his speed to cut through them completely, and he latches onto a wall. And then it shows Saitama punching through all the monsters that were crowding the tunnel with one punch with a big old bag of gold. With a big old bag of gold, he just comes through, punches through all the monsters with a big old bag of gold in his hand. And then Flash sees it again as Saitama has the gold. Saitama has the gold in his mouth and another bag, and they still catch up to the subway car as it flies into the air. And Flash catches up to Saitama, and they run into the subway car, and then Saitama goes, "Hey, dude, hey, guide, no getting off." And as he says that, the gold bag, he had two gold bags he was holding on to. He lets go of both of them, and both the gold falls into the ravine. His face is all like, oh.
He looks so dead as the gold falls into the bottomless pit down below, and he goes in there, and then Flash, they both get in the subway car. Sorry, this is just funny to me. They both get into the subway car, and Flash goes, "You're pretty tough." And then Saitama is just over there, eyes shadowed out, sulking as Flash goes, "What's wrong?" And then Saitama goes, "Nothing." No! And then the monster is sitting there in front of Saitama, and Saitama grabs the monster by the cheek because he's mad and upset that the monster made him drop all that gold. And then he goes, "No sleeping! Show us the way!"
Huh? Oh, right!
Then it cuts to the mastermind woman, who's in a very precarious position as this panel is drawn. Lord Jesus. And then she just says,
Pochi isn't responding to telepathy. And who is that? Is that bald guy a hero? Those freaks are reaching deeper and deeper. I suppose I'll have to handle Tornado myself.
as she uses her own psychic power to pull something towards her.
Well, bring it on. I welcome the fight.
And she chugs whatever this drink is.
For I have prepared amply for this day.
And she chugs it all, and then she throws it on the ground, and she screams as she goes,
Gyoro was nothing. I will teach them to fear the psychic powers of Psychos.
Wow, that's her name. Her name is Psychos. Very form-fitting outfit you got on. I ain't mad, just making an observation. Threat level dragon, Psychos. So this is the mastermind behind everything. This is the mastermind. Her name is Psychos. But that's the end of chapter 124. Onwards to chapter 124.1. Punch 124 Part 2, Psychos. And it shows Garo clashing with Black Luster. And he's hitting all over Black Luster. And Black Luster is just tanking all these hits. He's like, come on, man, let's do this. And Garo's hitting Black Luster all over. And then Black Luster flexes and causes Garo to get launched into a wall. And then Luster shoulder checks him through several more walls. Man, this got to be the strongest black dude I've ever seen since Biscuit Oliver. This man is strong. Not strong, strong. And Putty Prisoner is in the background watching all this going, Luster. And then Luster goes, no matter how fast you are, how many attacks you throw, it's all futile against my beefcake. It's all futile against my beefcake. No, not the beefcake. Why is this man so strong? And then Garo starts dashing all around Black Luster. And he looks like he's preparing to kick Black Luster in the neck. And Luster just, pow! Just hits him once and sends him flying. And then he says, you're done playing monster. And then it shows Garo flying backwards with blood coming out of his mouth. And then Garo wakes up. Huh? And then he stops. Garo hasn't been fully conscious this whole time. Luster has been fighting an unconscious Garo. Because Garo actually wakes up. Huh? And then he stops. And then Luster notices. Are you Super Alloy Black Luster? Where are we? I was fighting Orochi. Where did that monster go? Then he stops and thinks about Tario. Did that brat get away? And then Luster goes, what's wrong? And then Garo goes, I dozed off while we were fighting. You dozed off? Huh. What a pitiful excuse. You were totally fighting back. Well, I thrash in my sleep. Sorry if you thought you were winning. And then it shows Garo bringing out his fighting style. And then he takes a stance against Luster. And then Luster, and they're having another face-off, except this time Garo is conscious, and Luster just stares him down. They gave this man super muscles. Not like roided out muscles. This man's got super muscles. His neck muscles got neck muscles. And they face off, and then Black Luster tries to hit Garo, and then Garo dodges that hit and kicks Black Luster in the face and actually manages to hit Black Luster into the ground. Mind you, Black Luster still ain't got a scratch on him. This dude's... When Black Luster is the living example of black don't crack. Because he has not suffered a single injury the entire time we've seen him in this entire series. Anything that's tried to injure him has either broken or he just flexed it and it's gone. But Luster is just laying in the ground in his crater with his eyes open wide as Garo goes, "Is this over already?" And then Luster flips upwards and lands on his feet again. This is some Yujiro Hanma type nonsense going on with Luster right now.
"Defeating you will prove that my offense works against anyone."
And then Luster goes,
"Yes, your muscular coordination has suddenly improved, so we're just getting started. Such a fine specimen will go to waste in the Monster Association, but the Hero Association has the finest sports gym. If you change your ways and atone, thereby improving your spiritual muscle, you make a good hero."
And then Garo thinks back to when Gyoro was saying, "Only I can maximize your monstrous potential." And then Garo smiles going,
"You're all the same. Rest assured that tonight, both sides are done for, and you will die."
And then Luster goes,
"No, I'm going to stop you."
And then he flexes, and his muscles get even bigger. He flexes, and his muscles get even bigger. Wow. And then he rushes. Garo.
"If he hits me, I'm a goner. Can I deflect him?" "No, I can't. That charge is immensely powerful. The old man's fist of flowing water won't work."
And then it shows Garo's bones and his ribcage just cracking all over. Black Luster literally just stole a move from Diamond Jozu of One Piece and went, "Brilliant Punky!" And he just bum rushes him and breaks his ribcage. And the strength of this shoulder check is so massive, it not only destroys the path in which Luster was running, but also the cascading explosion from him doing this move blows out all the resounding rooms in his path. It's just one big massive double panel of the world's strongest shoulder check. And then it shows Luster standing in the rubble with Garo's arm sticking out of it.
"I once asked Silverfang to spar so I might experience true godlike technique. He was reluctant, so I made the first move but was easily defeated. I suffered no damage, but he deflected every attack and repeatedly knocked me to the ground. Due to that bout, I can tell that you are inexperienced. You've only survived this long thanks to luck. If you took on Atomic Samurai, Terrible Tornado, Flashy Flasher King, they'd kill you before you could show off your skill. I don't know why you started hunting heroes, but you should have known your place."
And then Garo gets up and he punches, and then he sends rocks towards Luster, which don't do anything to him. This dude has Luke Cage skin. This dude is Luke Cage, but on a 10. What does this man own? Other than pure raw protein and testosterone. This man. How can someone draw such panels? The depths of human creativity knows no bounds. But when you put it on paper, you get to see just how creative the mind can be. This is gorgeous. These panels are gorgeous. These are some super highly detailed panels that are just simply amazing.
"Sure, you're strong. But when human beings wield violence without qualms, they can win any fight. However, you've abandoned..." Oh, wait.
Oh wait, this is still Black Luster as he says,
Sure, you're strong, but when human beings wield violence without qualms, they can win any fight. However, you've abandoned kindness.
and then, oh no, this is Garo who said it.
Sure, you're strong, but when human beings wield violence without qualms, they can win any fight. However, you've abandoned kindness. Your hypocrisy is making me nauseous. Are you trying to tell me that goodness will make me stronger? You said I'm playing monster, but the real fakes are you heroes. You heroes are worthless.
And then Luster actually readies his fists as he thinks,
He should be toast, but he's still standing? You heroes are worthless, and yet the people insist on loving you. That's why I do this, so I can kick justice's butt.
and then it shows Garo launching at Luster as he screams,
And you can't stop me!
Then it cuts to Saitama, who looks at his cape that now has a hole in it because of the monsters from the previous chapter.
I told you to be careful, says Flash. I'll have Genos mend this later. You're not a bad fighter, but you're still third-rate. You're too rough, so polish your skills. Ideally, you should finish your opponents in one blow, and you should leave no trace of yourself so no one is even aware of your existence. Only then will you be first-rate. Oh, really? Wouldn't that be sort of sad? Why? Are you doing this for fame? Anyway, I'll show you a first-rate fight against the Monster King, so don't hold me back. That's okay, I can do it.
They're so confident,
Goes the monster, still traveling with them. This dude is stuck with them. He can't leave.
Well, they'll pay when they meet the Monster King.
All three of them don't realize that Saitama's already beaten it. Saitama himself doesn't even realize that he just beat the Monster King. All three of them are oblivious that they're heading to a person who's already been beaten several chapters ago.
Well, they'll pay when they meet the Monster King.
And then it cuts to Genos, who's thinking,
This battle is fierce. I hope Master's costume is holding up.
wow, it's like they're on a wavelength. Oh no, my cape!
Oh no, Master. I must make sure that his costume is holding up.
Then it cuts to Garo, who's still facing off against Black Luster.
No problem. My muscular defenses can withstand any blow. The moment he lets up, I'll finish this fast. However, is it my imagination? Or is he getting faster?
And then Luster is just bracing himself from these blows, and these hits from Garo are getting faster and faster and faster and faster and faster.
No, he really is getting faster, and at a staggering rate. He isn't stopping, and maybe he never will. He's hammering me like a whole horde of martial artists. He's ferocious, and he's driving me back. What? Did I just consider the possibility of defeat?
Because Saitama's clothes are the only thing that takes damage in a battle. Yeah, he needs to get like a Hero Association grade outfit to protect him. To not protect him, but that can withstand damage as much as him.
What? Did I just consider the possibility of defeat? Impossible. There's no way I can lose in hand-to-hand combat. My muscles outclass even tank-top masters and putty prisoners. From my left hand, fist of flowing water crush rock.
Oh wait.
From my left hand, fist of flowing water crushed rock. And from my right, fist of whirling wind slashing steel. That's how I'll defeat him. What those two geezers used against me should be enough to destroy this freakish hunk of meat. Fist of biting fangs, killing dragons, usually requires more than one fighter.
Oh wait, this is an explanation. Fist of biting fangs, killing dragons, usually requires more than one fighter, but Garo had attained it through pure talent. However, since he had overcome nearly fatal levels of martial arts challenges, thrashing entire dojos and hunting down heroes, he had mastered much more than the two martial arts elders' styles. Garo would not stop against even the impenetrable defenses of Super Alloy Black Luster, who along with Silverfang reigned over the hero world in hand-to-hand combat. Confronting a greater challenge, Garo drew upon new potential and grew even further. And then Black Luster goes,
Don't get smug. Here comes my full power. Super Alloy Bazooka!
And then a whole shockwave is just around his fists, like he's about to break the sound barrier. And then Garo prepares to hit Black Luster. And then their fists clash in a titanic explosion. Man, why is Black Luster so big? This man is huge! Both their fists meet. Think Iron Man versus Hulk in Age of Ultron, where their fists hit each other and the shockwave is enough to shatter glass and knock people off their feet. Garo's fists meets with Black Luster, but only the clothing on his arm gets blasted off towards the back of his shoulder, not his fists. Garo was just now surpassing his limiter. How did he withstand that? Is he even human? And it cuts to Garo, whose hair color is changing. His hair color is changing, and there's black lines that are enveloping his body where his clothes have disappeared. And Garo is standing there with a new appearance, like black lines are spiraling around his arms and are spiraling around his chest into like a large circular pattern in his chest, and he's still standing after Black Luster punched him. Ooh, I likes this. Next chapter, chapter 125. Oh goodness, it's Psychos and Tornado in this cover. Psychos, you might need to get a loose-fitting shirt. Please don't get a loose-fitting shirt. I'm just speaking. I'm just talking out of the side of my neck right now. Keep your clothes the way they are. Why does art make people think things? Why? I'm sorry. It's just like, these are some very well-drawn characters, okay? Punch 125, Monster Fusion! And then it shows Psychos, screaming out as the serum she took, or the drink she took, is empowering her. Then it cuts to Tornado, and there's a question I have about Tornado, but I don't think it's appropriate for me to ask. But it shows Tornado from like a downward view upwards towards her, pointing downwards and then pulling upwards as if she's trying to pull Psychos off the ground. And she's actually pulling her up. Wow, she's actually pulling Psychos up from the ground from all the way 1,500 meters underground. And then Psychos says, You shrimp! There's no way you can pull me up from that distance! And then it cuts to Tornado's face as it's smiling with her eyes have lit up. And then it shows her clench her fists as apparently Tornado has bound Psychos. And now has made it so that Psychos can't actually move. Is he Whitebeard huge? He is... Okay, have you ever seen Biscuit Oliva? Or basically any muscular person from Baki? He's that huge. He's big. Whitebeard's body was more proportional in accordance with his own muscle. Black Luster is just Arnold Schwarzenegger in his 20s huge. But think of him as 3 feet taller than Schwarzenegger. But Psychos gets grabbed by psychic energy from Tornado. I don't know why I'm doing bounding my body up, just acting it out. Bound up by Tornado, and she goes, huh? And Tornado goes, actually, it's easy. I'm just netting a small fish with nowhere to flee. Got it? And then this is the first time we see Tornado in a very scary light, as her hair is flaring up, and you even see veins across her head a little bit, as she forcibly pulls Psychos from her chamber. And as she's going into the air, Psychos then proceeds to snap out of the hold of Tornado, which is the first time you ever see someone actually resist control from Tornado. And she says, no, you come down to me! And then Tornado gets surrounded by that same energy that Psychos was surrounded in, and she gets forcibly pulled underground. This is the first time someone has been able to forcibly move Tornado against her will. And then it cuts to Saitama and them still riding on the subway car as Saitama goes, "What a weird place. Explain the sights like a tour guide." And then Flash is getting exasperated from Saitama just being so nonchalant. He's like a tall Ronnie Coleman. "Yes, pretty much. Explain the sights like a tour guide." "Hey."
Huh? On your right, you can see.
And then Flash goes, "No, don't bother." And then an explosion happens on their right, which is Psychos flying straight up to Tornado.
Yikes!
What was that? Was it a human? And then it shows Psychos flying straight towards Tornado as they're linked together, and it shows them clashing with each other in the next panel. Psychos clashing with Tornado. And the amount of their power just envelops them into like a big psychic shell, and energy just whips around, and even the resounding monsters are like, "Yeah, what is that?" And it shows Psychos floating in the air like she's some sort of Super Saiyan or something, with her hair flowing up and then psychic energy emanating off of her hands. This must be what Jean Grey was like when she was the Dark Phoenix. But she's floating in the air as she goes, "Tornado, today you lose. You shouldn't have dragged me out." And then Tornado, just being all nonchalant, just goes,
Oh, forget about that.
and then she goes,
Oh, forget about that. Where's the kid?
and then the monsters are in the background going,
Is that Tornado? We're under attack!
and then, not batting an eye, she flicks her finger and kills all the monsters that were looking at her. She just flicks her finger and their whole bodies just explode in a torrent that rips their bodies apart. I know, because this is the same move she used against that psychic monster above ground called Joggin. And she just flicks her finger and they all just get ripped apart in a tornado of guts and gore. Then it cuts to Tario, who's standing in front of King. All of a sudden, King's back! And then Tario goes, "King, you came to save me!" And then King goes, "Don't move. It's no use, because I'm onto you."
What are you talking about?
And then King stares at Tario, because remember, there was a monster that was in the appearance of Waganma, but it killed itself due to a heart attack and, shifting its body and puncturing its own heart, and it just died in front of King. Now King is suspicious of anything that runs in front of him. And then King says, "You're hiding your true form so you can take me by surprise, but you still look like vermin." And then apparently there was a monster behind Tario that was invisible. That makes itself visible as it goes, "Yeah!" As Tario goes, "Yeah! A monster!" And then the monster goes,
How did you see me? I was perfectly invisible.
and then King looks kind of surprised, and then he just stares at the monster. And then he just stares at it as the King engine keeps going. And the monster is just simply intimidated by King and goes,
Sorry, I have to be going now.
and then it runs away. And then Tario looks at King. And then he breathes a sigh of relief. And then he looks down at Tario and goes, "Monsters are scary. Wanna hold hands?" And then Tario goes,
Yeah, thanks, King.
and they both just start to walk out the hallway. And then it shows the same monster running past, and there's some flesh that's on nearby, and then it starts to grow. It starts to grab him and starts to envelop him and starts to assimilate him. And then it gets assimilated into this flesh. Oh. Blood. Need more blood. This thing is Orochi's heart. Must have blood to regenerate. And it shows that all the parts of Orochi that were completely destroyed, that were, blasted apart by Saitama, they were sticking to the resounding rooms that he fought Saitama in, and were grabbing on to different monsters and slowly assimilating them. He was slowly assimilating all these monsters to regain his form. And all these pieces of flesh of Orochi are grabbing onto other monsters, grabbing onto them, and assimilating all of them. And then it cuts to Orochi's heart sensing something. And he goes, immense strength, Psycho's tornado, give me blood. And it shows Psycho's, who causes her glasses to rise up, and she literally fires optic blasts out of her eyes towards Tornado, who easily blocks it, which then starts to destroy the resounding buildings, destroying several monsters in the process. And then Tornado goes,
I want you to answer one question.
As it shows Tornado gripping around Psychos' neck. They're putting a lot of emphasis on showing how shapely Psychos is. I ain't mad at it. I appreciate it. I'm just making an I'm just making an examination as it shows King and Tario walking up some stairs. As Tario goes,
the King engine is getting louder. King is awesome. He's always ready for battle.
And then King is just in his mind going, when are we gonna reach the surface? I've been sitting around playing online games, so these stairs are hell. They're killing me. Because he's been walking up too many stairs. It's burning his legs.
Look, King, an elevator.
And then King gets so relieved to see an elevator. First One Piece, now One Punch Man. A character named Orochi is always gonna be a problem. Pretty much. They get inside the elevator, and then they're standing there, and they're wondering what happens. And then King goes, I'll try this lever. And then water starts pouring into the bucket right next to the lever, and then the elevator, and then they're looking, and they're going like, oh, I see. Now what? As like a fleshly piece starts to make its way towards King, possibly a piece of Orochi. And now it cuts to Tornado, who has Psychos bound up in telekinetic energy. As she goes,
a monster captured the second kid on his own, but I don't know where he is.
And Psychos is struggling. And then Psychos goes, the only other outsiders here are Nariki's mercenaries and the hero hunter Garo. And then someone on the transmitter goes, hello, did anyone catch that
Hello? Did anyone catch that via transmitter? There's no response. Is everyone slacking off?
And then it comes on, and then a My Mask shows up. This is a My Mask. About those mercenaries, I couldn't save them. Now, mind you, they are still alive in the volumes, but a My Mask pretty much killed them. They were brainwashed. I tried to stop them, but a fight broke out, and then Tornado goes,
a My Mask? You messed up. You don't have what it takes for this mission.
And then a My Mask doesn't say anything. But no one else could have done anything either.
Couldn't you have contacted someone else before fighting?
Well, they were crazy with no fear of death, and drawing away heroes could have resulted in overall mission failure. Besides, I'm locked in a battle against a big shot. I need backup.
You should need backup for one little big shot.
And My Mask is getting upset.
If you can't win on your own, you should have stayed on the surface.
I don't have time for an argument.
What if bailing you out causes the mission to fail?
You're no help, Tornado. Someone else respond. Can anyone fill in for me? I can't handle this guy. Ah! He found me! And, a My Mask really doesn't like the look of President Ugly because that's basically his weakness. And then Psychos is thinking, they're arguing during battle? Are they really heroes? She thinks she has already won. And then she looks down into the pit where they're floating, which is the same area where Saitama was. And then she goes, but I can still win this. And then lights start to flash around behind Tornado. And these beams fire onto where Tornado is in a massive explosion. But Tornado is fine, as she covered herself in a barrier. But Psychos got free. I broke free! And it shows multiple Hydra heads. The vestiges of Orochi's body. The vestiges of Orochi's body and the heads all fired down are all around the resounding area. They've assimilated monsters and turned into heads that fire onto Tornado consistently. And then she goes, well done, you're alive, Orochi! Come to me, we'll fuse. The energy from your immense form will amplify my psychic power. And it shows Psychos flying down to Orochi, reaching up to her, like his form reaching up to her. Then we can defeat that woman. And then it cuts to Saitama as Flashy Flash and the monster get away from one piece of that flesh, taking up the subway car that they were riding in this whole time. As Saitama goes, what's that? Some kind of gloopy tongue? And that's the end of chapter 125. Onwards to chapter 126. We're covering a lot of ground today. Ooh, this is actually a really interesting cover page. Because the cover page shows the Monster Association and the hole that leads down into where Orochi's body is forming. But the line of where his brain and the line of where his body and body parts have formed throughout the Monsters Association, it forms into like a side view of like a brain. And it shows that Orochi's body is stretched down even deeper into the association, looking like basically the brainstem. Punch 126, eating away. And it shows Orochi's flesh has made it down to Psychos's hideout and is starting to stretch and break out all of the vestige bodies that Psychos was planning to use later. And it's starting to assimilate all of these bodies. Then it shows the Hydra heads, these Hydra heads, firing at Tornado, and she redirects the beams in order for them to go right back at the... Well, actually, not that. She tries to redirect the beam, but the beams from the Hydras converge into one big massive beam. No, I'm wrong. She actually does redirect the beams, and she makes it envelop all of the Hydra heads and compresses the area where those Hydra heads are. And in that same instance, she basically just compresses, like literally carves out entire portions of where these Hydra heads are. Where these Hydra heads are, leaving massive empty chunks behind. And then it shows Orochi's flesh preparing to envelop around Psychos. And it completely envelops her. And Tornado sees this as she goes, "You're not getting away." And then she looks down at where Psychos and the form of Orochi, the flesh of Orochi is. And she's blocked by more heads trying to shoot her. And she uses a barrier to shield herself. And she goes, "There's no end to this. Is that sticky stuff a Monster Association big shot? I don't know how far it extends, so I could just wreck the whole place, but I might hurt the kid who's in here somewhere." And then it shows, I guess, a young Tornado. It shows a young Tornado inside of like this gated door as people are running away from some sort of monster. Wow, that's the first time we've ever seen anything related to Tornado's past. That's interesting. "The other heroes need to quit slacking off and rescue him." Then it cuts to Psychos, who's allowing herself to be overtaken by the flesh of Orochi as she goes, "Ah, yes. Give me your flesh." And then all of a sudden, she starts to realize that Orochi's not giving her his flesh. She's being assimilated. As she senses this, veins start to pop up over her body. She goes, "Orochi, where did you gain such strength? Were you hiding it?" And then it cuts to Orochi as he's laughing as he goes, "Uh-oh, he's eating away at my spirit."
"Psychos, thank you for gathering so many sacrifices to stimulate my growth. My next sacrifice is you."
As it shows Orochi's flesh starting to slowly envelop all over her body. And I do mean all over her body in certain places. Let's not lie. And it shows her struggling as she uses her psychic power to go,
No, you must obey me! You are merely a vessel for magnifying my power, and I am your master!
and then light envelops Psychos, and then this is light that Tornado sees. And then Orochi, combined with Psychos, has basically turned into like some sort of gigantic kaiju. Overtaken indeed, seriously. They both combine to become this big kaiju in this big panel here. And then Tornado goes,
How kind of you to show your true self. Show your true self and make this easier.
and then it cuts to Psychos, who looks like she's fine as she goes,
I forced him back. Orochi's flesh is mine. Now I can defeat him.
but it appears that Orochi is not completely subdued, as the Orochi side, because she's partially human. One side of her body is Psychos. The other side is assimilated into that of Orochi, like in a big fleshly type look. As Orochi says,
Then I'll find that bald man who pulverized me and use him as fodder for a resurrection.
and then it shows Tornado, who sends blasts out to numerous other heads of Orochi's flesh and completely, carves out portions of the areas where they are. Then she positions her hands and tries to clash against the power of Psychos Orochi. I'm going to call them Psychos Orochi right now. And the clash is so massive that the whole area implodes with kinetic energy. And then it shows that Tornado is not able to get through the barrier, as it shows her clothes kind of getting torn a little bit.
Huh? That barrier is hard.
And then it shows Psychos Orochi taking these two spear-like weapons that she has in her hands and aiming it towards Tornado as she goes,
You fool! Manipulating gravity won't work on me.
and then it turns out that what Psychos has basically done, as she fashions her tendrils into a big kaiju body of her own, a big kaiju version of her own body, it shows that she's holding the barrier of which Tornado is encased in, as she goes,
I turned the barrier inside out.
and then it cuts to Tornado, who's on the inside of the barrier, as it's actually starting to harm her on the inside.
It's eating away at me. I can't break free.
And then it shows Psychos laughing as she goes,
You better undo your barrier soon before your own enormous strength and the power I'm infusing your barrier with increases the internal pressure and crushes you. Well, you're just as dead even if you undo it.
and it shows that Terrible Tornado is actually getting crushed by this gravity.
I won't let your flesh go to waste. But don't worry, I won't let your flesh go to waste.
And then, for the first time, we see Terrible Tornado getting injured as blood starts to gush out of Tornado, out of her mouth, out of her eyes. She's getting crushed from the inside because of Psychos Orochi's power right now. Terrible Tornado is actually getting hurt. It's official. Psychos over Black Maria and Mizuki to me. This reminds me of Darling in the Franxx. It has some vestiges. Now, mind you, I've never seen that series, but I do know a little bit of what you're talking about. But this giant kaiju version of Psychos is literally crushing Tornado inside of her own barrier, and she can't undo her, and she can't break free of it either. And if she breaks free, then she just leaves herself susceptible to Psychos as well. Then it cuts to Saitama as he's running away from the flesh of Orochi, as Flashy Flash is cutting away pieces that get close. Then the monster that's been traveling with them starts to get grabbed on by the pieces of Orochi. But Flash saves it. He saves the monster. And then he thinks, it's even attacking other monsters?
I thought this stuff was on their side. And then it cuts to Saitama, who actually gets grabbed by the flesh of Orochi, as Flash goes, uh-oh. And then it doesn't do anything as Saitama punches away. Then it doesn't do anything to Saitama's head because it can't grab on because his head is bald. And then he punches away this flesh going, "Don't touch my head!" And the force of him punching this flesh sends a shockwave not only in the tunnel they're in, but in every other floor throughout the Monsters Association. So strong that even King and Tario can feel it as they're going up in this elevator. And as they're going up in this elevator, a piece of Orochi's flesh tries to jump at King, but one piece of rubble falls into the bucket and manages to propel them fast enough to evade the capture of the flesh, and they go shooting up the elevator. And then it shows that not only was Saitama's punch strong enough to be felt and reverberated throughout the floors of the Monster Association, it wound up destroying every single Orochi cell that was inside of these tunnels. His shockwave destroyed these cells. The shockwave of his, let me say that again. The shockwave of his punch destroyed the Orochi cells in all the rooms that were around him. So much that it actually causes harm to Psycho Orochi, who screams out in pain. And then a tornado falls outside of the barrier, and she's no longer being harmed anymore. And then it cuts to Psycho Orochi as she goes, "I lost many cells all at once. What happened?" That slippery feeling. And then it cuts to someone on the transponder going, hello, this is King. And then this surprises Tornado as she's falling and she's kind of bloodied a little bit. And he goes, "I have the boy and I'm heading for the surface." And then Tornado smiles because the only reason why she held back is because she didn't want to risk harming Tario, who was still down in there. Now that King is saying, like, "I'm heading towards the surface," Tornado has no reason to hold back anymore. "Well done, King. Now I can stop holding back." And that's the end of the chapter. Let's move on. That's the end of chapter 126. Onwards to chapter 127. Yo, Tornado no longer has a reason to hold back anymore. Whew. Onwards to punch 127, bowled over. And we cut back to the fight of Luster versus Garo. And Garo is standing there. And then it shows Black Luster getting hit with multiple attacks. As Luster goes, "It's not just his speed, his power's also increasing." And then it shows Luster preparing to punch Garo, and Garo prepares to punch him, and he dodges the punch, but he then stops, and then he places his hand near Black Luster, and then hits Black Luster with a literal 1-inch punch, which destroys not only the wall behind Luster, but also all the other walls that were behind that wall as well. The force of this blow was enough to crater the wall that Luster is in and then destroy the resounding walls behind him. And then Luster falls and lands on his back. And then we see that the walls themselves and everything have been turned into dust. It's not just crumbled rubble. They've been reduced to dust. The force of the blow, basically, the shockwave basically vaporized the wall. Where have we seen another shockwave vaporize something? Seems oddly familiar. But then Black Luster actually... Wow. Him falling on his back and him getting hit like that? Wow, Black Luster actually bleeds. These heroes are bleeding. They're getting hit and they're bleeding.
Thought I was about to show some move with that fist I made. Like, no, I'm not a martial artist. I can't do any moves like that. I can't do any moves like this. Like, I can't do nothing like that. But Black Luster falls on his back and he actually starts bleeding from his mouth and nose a little. It's not profuse, but he starts bleeding a little bit. And he's laying in the vaporized, dusty remains of the wall that Garo just destroyed. As he thinks, he's using me to hone the precision of his techniques. And then Garo comes back and he says,
What's wrong, Black Luster? Aren't you a hero? You vowed to stop me from playing monster. But I'm still standing.
and it shows Garo, whose hair has become even more angular and spiky. It's no longer just swept upwards. It is actually spiky, like Bakugo levels of spiky. And then we get history. We get history of how Black Luster became who he is. When the hero known as Super Alloy Black Luster was a young boy, he had a weak constitution and was no good at athletics. When it came to sports and games like tag, he always lost, so he spent his childhood timid and without confidence. For his 15th birthday, he asked his parents for 3-kilogram dumbbells. He lifted them every day without fail, and increased the weight to 5 and then 10 kilograms. A few years later, he could lift 50 kilograms with one arm, and then more time passed. 200 kilograms, 500 kilograms, 1 ton, 2 tons. A few more years later, how strong was the physique he eventually acquired? He was so strong that numbers could not express it. He had been victorious in his lonely struggle and fostered unwavering confidence in himself. His musculature was matchless. He displayed overwhelming prowess in sporting events and then shifted his sphere of activity to the hero world, where he continued to beef up. And after victory upon victory, he rose to Class S. Then he began searching for a rival worthy of facing him at 100%. Was he looking for a fight? No, he was not. And then it shows Garo clashing with Black Luster, punching him. Punching him over and over as Black Luster goes, "Why you?" And before he can actually punch, Garo punches him in the face. And then it shows Luster in a defensive position as it shows Garo launching at Luster as narration goes, as it goes for him, narration for Luster goes, "This man, Garo, is strong, astoundingly strong. He's an opponent worth facing at. He's an opponent worthy of facing me at 100%. But what is this feeling?" He was not looking for a fight. He was looking for the thrill of victory. He would not throw himself into a struggle without a clear outcome of victory or defeat. The moment he thought, "I may not escape this fight without suffering harm," the fear he had forgotten returned in a big way. And then it shows Black Luster standing there, sweating, with a fearful look on his face. The fear he had forgotten returned in a big way, a gigantic way, as it gives this visage of Garo, a massive Garo bearing down on Black Luster as he can just as Luster just stands there. And then it shows Luster screaming out, "Nah! Super Alloy Double Bazooka!" And he hits Garo with 2 double-fisted blows, sending Garo backwards, but it doesn't knock him down. It just causes him to skid backwards and then pop back up. And the spots where Luster punched him, those black lines start to swirl around in the spots where Garo was punched, almost as if they start to heal him immediately. And then Garo opens his eyes, and then Luster looks on in utter surprise as Garo comes in at lightning speed with enough force to send a shockwave from the point of impact and completely kicks Luster directly in the midsection. Then, as Luster is flying, Garo then flips and then kicks Luster in the neck. And then he brings both his hands down as Garo screams, "I'm taking both your ears!" And then Luster starts to look scared. The same face that Tario had. He starts to look scared as he's sweating bullets. He's all like, "Eh." And then Garo is preparing to take out both his ears, but then he stops. And then Luster tries to hit Garo, but Garo flips away. And then it shows Luster standing up, kind of trembling. Hold up, he isn't even black? You sure? It could be the way that he's drawn, because it could be the way that he's drawn here, like when he was younger. He didn't exactly get dark until he started pumping iron. I don't know. I don't know how skin color works in One Punch Man. It could be any number of things that turned him black. But he definitely was a black dude, though. He just was very light when he got younger. He was very light when he was younger, I'm assuming. He definitely is black. He just didn't get that. He just didn't get that pure blackness until he got a lot older. But Luster's standing, and he's trembling. And then Garo jumps back, and he thinks,
he looked so pitiful. It was like I was bullying him. This isn't the kind of evil that I want to commit.
And then the area in Garo's body that got hit by the bazooka starts cracking again, and Garo feels it. So apparently that healing was kind of temporary. As he falls to the ground. And then Luster goes, "Hey, and he tries to run towards Garo, but then he gets enveloped in a barrier. What's this? A barrier? Is Tornado doing this? And then all of a sudden, rubble starts to fall down around Luster as he goes, "The floor above is crumbling. Garo, this place is done for. If you stay here, you'll be crushed. You gotta run." And then it shows Garo who can barely stand. As Luster is lifted into the air, still trembling. And then he's looking down where Garo was, and as it starts to get dark, and he goes, "Oh no." And then he puts his head down, still trembling, as he goes, "Did I say eep?" Like he goes, "Eh." And he's just thinking about what he's done, and he's just sitting in a fetal position as he's being lifted by this barrier. And that's the end of chapter 127. Onwards to chapter 128. This chapter is getting good. Chapter Punch 128, Tornado Full Blast. And then it cuts to Bang. It cuts to Bang, Bomb, and Blizzard as they're enveloped in a barrier as well, as Blizzard goes, "Stay by my side. That way you'll be safe. My sister would never harm me with her power." And then it shows like there's a giant chasm that opens up around them. That's just this big, deep chasm. And then Bang goes, "There's so much going on in these chapters. There's so much going on in these chapters. It's so amazing. I'm glad I spent these 3 hours on this." And then Bang goes,
"Without this barrier, we'd be dead. Tell your sister thanks."
That dummy!
And then it cuts to Child Emperor, who's still dealing with evil mineral water. As Child Emperor goes,
"Oh no, I'm losing consciousness!"
And then all of a sudden, he's enveloped in a barrier. As he's yanked out of evil mineral water and held up in the air. And then the barrier surrounds both Iaian, Okami Itachi, and Bushi Drill.
A barrier? What's happening?
Then Pig God gets enveloped in a barrier. Yo, Tornado's grabbing everyone. She doesn't even know where everyone is. She's just enveloping all the heroes in a barrier. Pig God gets enveloped in a barrier and dragged out of the mouth of Gums, who previously ate him. Then Pretty gets enveloped. "I feel as if my butt is shining and wrapping me in the warmth of love. I'll call this my angel aura. Now I'm angel floating. And now I'm angel floating." And then it cuts to My Mask, who's covering his eyes as he goes, "I'm so dizzy, I feel like I'm floating." You are floating," goes President Ugly. Then it cuts to And then it cuts to a barrier surrounding some flesh in front of the homeless emperor as the homeless emperor goes,
A ball of energy suddenly formed, but it looks empty inside. Huh?
but it shows Zombie Man who's over on the distance. He's not in the barrier. Zombie Man's not in the barrier.
Tornado? Did she try to help me? It's enclosing a shred of clothing with a pocket holding my transmitter. That's how she knew my location. I should have kept my transmitter inside my skull.
Then it cuts to Flash's transmitter, which was back at the bottom of the watery ravine where he dropped it after facing off against Hellish Flame and Tempest Wind. Then it cuts to the whole area shaking where Saitama the monster and Flash are as Saitama goes, huh? More rumbling? Did that meat stuff leave because it sensed this? Yipes! And then the roof starts to cave in. On them as the roof falls down as Flash goes, watch out!
Oh, I'm toast!
Says the monster. But Saitama, leaning backwards with one leg and then with the other leg, holds up the roof. Then it cuts to Spermatozoon with Atomic Samurai as he goes,
Now you die!
and before he can punch Atomic Samurai, he gets enveloped in a barrier.
What the?
And then Atomic Samurai goes,
Tornado? Sorry, guys. Take a breather.
No running, punching back, samurai!
and then it cuts to Spermatozoon trying to reach up to Samurai, but then it shows that Samurai has sheathed his sword, and then his arms. Then it shows Spermatozoon's arms, and his whole body starts to break down as the walls close in on Spermatozoon. And then, Atomic Samurai is using this moment to have Spermatozoon get crushed in between these walls with no way to divide himself. And he crushed his arms to keep it from happening.
Why you?
And then Atomic Samurai puts his stick back in his mouth and goes,
Bye. It's been nice dicing you.
as the walls come in and they crush Spermatozoon. Okay, now you want the monster to be an official member of the crew? The fact that this monster has stuck around for so long. But then it shows Tornado as she's floating in front of Psycho Sorochi. And I guess she's unleashing her power. And then it cuts to Psychos as she goes, it seems that you kept some power in reserve. And then it shows Tornado as she brings her hands together. And then she raises her hands. And then it cuts to the surface as the entire town, the entire city starts to shake. Yo! Yo! Tornado, with her power, literally created a ginormous fault line. She has cratered the entire city. She caused an earthquake so large that it cracked the entire city into pieces. And you can see the deep ravines and cuts of the earth itself going across even into the distance outside of the city. This is power. And it shows just chunks of the entire city just raising into the air that even the Hero Association can see it in the distance. And the Heroes Association is seeing the map as City Z is just slowly raising into the ground itself. And Tornado is ripping the entire Monster Association hideout out from the ground. Remember, this is thousands of meters underground. And with her power, she is raising the entire hideout, just pulling it out of the ground like she's pulling out a weed. And she rips the entire hideout out of the ground. She pulled the entire hideout deep from underground and pulled it all the way up to the surface. I hope Saitama's home didn't get caught up in this, but she pulled the entire hideout out from underground. The whole thing. And then it cuts to King and Tario.
It stopped shaking. What's this weird light?
And then Tario goes,
Cool! This must be Super King mode!
and then they look outside, and they see that they're all the way up in the air. And King is all like,
What the?
And then the line on the helicopter, I meant to say elevator. The line on the elevator holding them up, it snaps, and they both go plummeting towards the ground. And they both start screaming, "Ah!"
King! Bear! A break!
Come on and stop!
It's no use! My grip isn't strong enough! His grip isn't strong enough to stop the break. Then they land on something, and they get launched outside. They land on something soft and crunch on something, and then they get launched outside. Tario and King are safe outside. And he goes, oof. And then it cuts to Genos, who's right next to King as he goes,
King, what happened?
Genos!
How is Master? He joined the fight. I don't know where he is. Is Miss Blizzard's group all right?
And then it cuts to a piece of Orochi's flesh, which is outside with them, that starts to surround him.
Blood.
Yeah! What's all this gunk? It's surrounding us! And then it cuts to Genos, he has so many attachments. He brings out one arm, and in his arm are multiple ports where lasers come out, including the very joints of his fingers. He can shoot lasers out of the joints of his fingers. They can disconnect, showing orbs as he holds his arm up, and then all the lasers, all the holes on his arms, the ports of his arms, the openings of his arms shoot out lasers that completely eviscerates all of the Orochi flesh that's basically surrounded them and completely destroys it. Then, all of a sudden, Genos looks over in one direction and goes,
I sense a massive life form high in that protuberance.
Protuberance? I never heard of that word. I'm learning so many words by reading this series.
I sense a massive life form high in that protuberance.
And then he sees it, and then something happens near the bottom of the floor, and he sees Tornado. He sees multiple floors explode, and then Tornado flying out of the top of it. And then Tornado flies out as lasers start to come out of a section of the monster hideout, and they start swirling around, and they envelop, and then they convene at the top of the protuberance, and then explode. And then from the top of it, we get a literal country view, not a citywide view, a countrywide view of the skyline, the horizon, the sun, as tendrils whip out, as we get the ginormous kaiju body of Psycho Orochi emanating from the top. And in this spread panel, this double spread panel that shows Tornado floating in the air as Psycho Orochi stands at the top, sharp needle-like weapons at the ready, as the wings are out and the tendrils are just emanating out. This is an Avengers level threat. And she's just standing here staring at Tornado as she goes, at last, the final act. And then as it shows the entire city just enveloped in disheveled destruction, it cuts to Saitama with the monster as he just screams out, "It's dark in here!" And that's the end of chapter 128. Onwards to 129. I'm making good time. Wow, I'm actually covering a lot more ground than I thought. Because if I get to the 30s, then I'm gonna have less chapters to go over the next run. And the next run I have of going through One Punch Man will be when I fully catch up to the series as a whole. All right, Punch 129, Heroes Don't Lose. And it cuts to a hospital as it cuts to Metal Bat and his sister as the news is on.
Regarding the Monster Association hideout, an alarming phenomenon has occurred in City Z. An evacuation order is in place for the city and the surrounding area. The Hero Association says Class S heroes are on the way. And then it cuts to Metalback as he picks up apparently his bag that has his bat in it, and he tosses it out a window. The situation remains unclear, so all we can do is pray. And then it cuts to his sister holding on to the bed as she's trembling because she goes,
We felt that jolt from here. Big bro, can the heroes win this fight?
and then Metalback goes, don't worry, heroes don't lose. And then he just pats his sister on the head. And then he gets up, and then his sister goes,
Where are you going?
and then Metalback goes, the toilet. And then it cuts to Metalbat, who's actually outside in the location where he threw his bag. Because he secretly threw his bag outside, so he can go outside and get it, so he can go fighting again. He takes his hospital clothes off, he takes his bandages off, and he puts on his Metalbat clothes again! All right. And he looks over in the room where his sister is supposed to be, and he thinks, I'm going, Zenko. Sorry to make you worry, but heroes don't lose. And then it cuts to Metalbat, who's on top of a light post looking in the direction of where City Z is. What is that big ball beside the sun, or is that the moon? That might be the moon. I didn't want to say like it's the moon and sun, but if it's the moon, how is it in the same area space as the sun? Unless it's an eclipse that's about to happen. But the moon and sun should not be in the same view. They shouldn't be in the same view. That's why I'm confused. Yeah, it shouldn't be. It shouldn't be. It shouldn't be the moon. Because the sun and moon can't exist in the same space at the same time. Unless there's an eclipse about to happen. And even then, they're still miles apart from each other. But he says, I'm going, Senko. Sorry to make you worry, but heroes don't lose. And then he looks over in the direction of the Monster Association tower and goes, over there, another opponent who's easy to spot from afar. The Monster Association, huh? Hopefully I can bust that punk's head, too. Anyway, that's where I'll find other Class S heroes. And then he jumps off the light post. And then he goes, here I come. And then he starts making a beeline for City Z. And then it cuts to a nurse going, Satoru, let's check your blood pressure. And then she looks over at his bed, and this is Tank Top Master. This is where Tank Top Master used to be. Oh, wait, not Satoru. This is Moomin Rider. This is Moomin Rider's. I forgot this was Moomin Rider's name. She goes, Satoru, let's check your blood pressure. And she goes and she looks at his bed, and there's a note on his bed. And the note says, Dear hospital staff, thanks for everything. You're going to need lots of beds, so I'll leave this one for someone else. Moomin Rider. Wow. Oh, I love this guy. This dude is so cool. He's so casual with how much of a hero he is. You've covered 20 punches, 40 more to go. We're doing good. We are doing good. And then it cuts to Moomin Rider as he's going, ow, as he's getting his bike out. And then it cuts to Tank Top Master as he goes, you headed to the fight? That's risky. Tank Top Master, what can you do with those injuries? I can't help eradicate the monsters, but I can help the people around City Z. Then I'll join you. Huh? Tornado and Metal Knight outshone me in handling debris from the fight against the invading mothership, so I went back into training. I'm not at full strength, but I can use the power of the tank top for the rescue effort. What? The point is, I can help. Besides, the hospitals are gonna need empty beds. Well, you'd be a big help, but you're Class S, so I'll be your sidekick. Do not say that. You're a magnificent tank topper who wears his tank top on his heart. That's more important than any rank. Wow, that's the biggest Class S compliment that Moomin Rider could have ever gotten from anybody. I don't understand, but I accept the compliment. Thanks. Hold on tight. Justice back in action, standing pedaling mode. And then it shows Moomin Rider with a smile on his face, with Tank Top Master behind him, riding off towards City Z. And then it cuts back to the members of the Tank Top School going,
One loss wouldn't break the tank top around Master's heart. That's what he intended his tank top tackle to teach us. Look at how well the air passes through the hole. Ain't that just like a tank top?
Yes, it is.
The message is stop your brooding.
And then and this dude is yelling, but the nurse is coming in going, shh, because of the people who are in the ICU. And then they all go,
sorry.
and then it cuts to one of the other tank top people coming up going,
Hey, there's Tank Top Girl.
and then tank top girl grabs them all and then pushes them all in one direction. And then they go,
What the? Master and Moomin did what?
This note was on Moomin Rider's bed. I bet Master left for the same reason.
Why didn't he say anything to us?
Maybe he thinks we're no use.
Yeah, the hero hunter thrashed us so bad half of us quit.
and then it cuts to tank top Groucho Marx or tank top glasses?
You fools.
Tank top professor? How many tank top people are there? Tank top girl, tank top tiger, tank top black hole, tank top master, tank top professor.
Don't you know why Master has been wearing this type of tank top?
And then they all look at tank top, master's tank top on a diagram. It's weird.
He wants to show us his back. He's telling us, take a look at my back and learn from it.
Whoa, that totally makes sense!
No, it doesn't. It doesn't make any sense. The tank top family.
You wear this tank top? You part of the tank top family. Don't ever forsake the tank top. Maybe invite me in for a cup of coffee. We'll talk about the tank top. Then we'll maybe upgrade you from linen to Hanes. There's nothing greater than a Hanes tank top. We'll make sure it fits you, though. But you're not ready. Talk to Tank Top Paulie. Paulie will get you ready for your tank top. For your starter. We'll get you a starting tank top, but you're not ready for the Hanes tank top yet. That's for the higher members of the family. You're not at that stage yet.
I'm already imagining a tank top mafia family. I'm sorry, I got sidetracked.
Whoa, that totally makes sense! He told us to his tank top.
We still have so much to learn, Master. He must have gone to fight the monsters, so we gotta go too. Master, let us accompany you!
And then it cuts to one of the B member class heroes as he goes, and they ran off.
I thought they were just ruffians, but they got guts. But look at us.
The Blizzard Bunch, who got punched in such a way in the building when Saitama sent them flying, or at least when Terrible Tornado sent them flying, that they spelled out the word hindrance. Then it cuts to the Blizzard Bunch getting dressed as they go, we can't let the tank toppers beat us! We Class B heroes chosen to wear the black suit must show our devotion!
Huh? I can't reach Miss Blizzard.
She must be at the heart of the action! Split up, assist the relief effort, and meet up there! Moomin Rider did what? And the tank toppers! And the Blizzard Bunch! And it cuts to all the contestants at the tournament running up, wondering, like, what in the world is going on? Then we can't stay here either! What's all the excitement? Says Chiranko as he's still recovering. Then it cuts to Sourface, Ring Ring, and I forget this man's name. Is Zarko or Zarkos? I forget this man's name. And we must contribute as martial artists.
That's right.
Then they think of Goketsu. And then someone comes up and says, no, it isn't our time yet. It's Suiryu!
Suiryu!
And then Ring Ring says,
But can we fight as good as those, as any of those, can we fight good? Can we fight as good as any of those heroes?
you brought those to the hospital? And it shows Ring Ring actually brought full-on guandaos and actual weapons inside of the hospital. How do you even get that past security? Fist of Palm Bells deploys silent techniques with a still heart, but yours has been ringing. A hero's value lies in a firm will, a spirit that leaps to help in extreme situations. And he thinks of back when Snek and Lightning Max were standing there defending him from, what's his face? Not Goketsu, the other guy, Baiken? Not Baiken.
by the other guy that used to be part of the tournament but turned into a monster.
A spirit that leaps to help in extreme situations. But in our current state, but in our current state, we might hold them back. First, we must train to be stronger in both heart and mind.
And he says this as he's watching Snack and Lightning Max run out of the hospital towards City Z.
In both heart and mind, I want to be a hero.
And then it cuts to all the tournament fighters looking at Suryu. Then it cuts to City Z. And then it cuts to Saitama with the little monster as he's standing there with Saitama as Saitama's going,
I can't see anything.
Uh-oh, rubble is blocking the way to the Monster King. Then that means...
And then he thinks of Saitama punching him in the face going, you're no use now.
But he can't see in the dark, so I'll hit him on the head with this.
And then he picks up a rock, and it shows Flashy Flash under the rock as he goes,
Are you guys okay?
And then the monster screams out, ah! And then somehow the monster's eye lights up as well. And then Saitama goes, oh, there you are. Hey, your eye shines?
Yeah. I turned it on in surprise.
Oh, then you're still of use. But what a mess. Yeah, the collapse may have trapped other heroes. We must return to the front line. And Saitama is seeing Flash is embedded into this. Flash is embedded into the rock because only his head is there. Get out here, would you? I'm pinned down in a tricky way. One wrong move could break bones. Usually I'd free myself, but do you mind? Seriously? I'll do it. So shine your light. And then he shines, and then the little one-eyed monster shines his light in the direction of Flash, and Saitama's all like, ah! Ah, it's too bright!
Oh, sorry. I'll try indirect illumination.
And then he goes, ah, warm colors, how relaxing. Not realizing that this little monster is shining his light off of the baldness of Saitama's head, which is kind of lighting up the entire room. He's lighting up the entire room off the reflection of Saitama's head. And then Saitama realizes this, and he goes, ah, warm colors. How relaxing. I'm gonna kill you!
Ah, what did I do?
And then Flash is all like, hurry up. And then he goes, more to the right. Yeah, there. This one? Be careful, please. Okay, 1, 2, 3. And as he pulls one out, a rock falls on Saitama's head. Sorry, it was more to the right. Oh, this one? And then rocks are just falling on his head, and he goes, and Flash goes, you must suck at that one game. And he's thinking of Jenga. I followed your instructions. And then it cuts to Saitama as he goes, do this for me, as he points to the little monster. And then the monster starts pulling out rocks. And then he pulls out a rock, and another rock. And the thing is, every time Saitama pulls out a rock, another rock falls on his head. And so the little monster pulls out a rock, and a rock falls on Saitama's head still. And he goes, what the? And then the monster goes,
we should both do it with an eye on overall balance.
Oh, okay. Good thinking, Eyeballsy.
You're handy.
And then he goes, and then Flash goes, you're handy, Optiman. And then the monster goes,
no nicknames, please. My name is Colette, Oculette.
Oh, his name is Oculette. And then, oh, we finally got a name. I can finally start calling him the one-eyed monster. And then Flash goes, same difference. Oculette? Sounds like a girl's name.
Yeah, sorry.
For real?
What's your hero name, sir?
Mine? And then Flash, hearing it, goes, what? Did you say Bald Cape? What a dumb name.
But Flashy Flash is pretty redundant, isn't it?
And then he reburies Flash. And Flash goes, hey, don't bury me. And then Saitama goes, I'm Saitama. Nice to meet you, Oculette.
Yeah.
Get me out! And then that's the end of chapter 129. Onwards to chapter 130.
30. We're approaching 4 o'clock, but we are making good time. At this point, I am 30 chapters away from being able to fully catch up to One Punch Man. So my next session with One Punch Man will have me fully catch up to the series. And then I can look at the wiki and look at the powers of everyone. Oh, I'm going to savor that reward. When I am fully done with catching up to One Punch Man, I can finally look at the wiki and see everyone's strength and how strong they are. That name is cool. Oculate, Optiman, or Eyeballsy. Oculate sounds cool, though. I like Optiman sounds nice, but Oculate is cool, too. Onwards to chapter 130, A Great Something. And we cut to Psychos Orochi, atop the stronghold as she goes, "You really put on a show. You broke the Earth's crust to raise the whole hideout. Are you trying to show off your power because I had you beat in technique? I'm so impressed. What shall you do next?" Wow, this new form of Psychos is incredibly detailed. They're probably going to have to censor some spots in the anime. But it cuts to Tornado floating in the air thinking, has she gotten even bigger? And then it shows the lower half of Psychos as Tornado thinks, she's absorbing energy through those roots. I'm glad they're exposed. Oh? And it shows Tornado trying to sever the spot where Psychos is trying to absorb energy. If I sever them, you'll weaken. How predictable. But you don't understand. I am already more powerful than you. And then it shows Psychos causing like a triangle shape to come up in front of her chest. And then she shoots out like the same type of shape that Tien does with a tri-beam towards Tornado. And then she shoots out a massive beam. And it's so big that it needs a double spread panel just to show the opening blast. And then it shows it's a wide blast, and it cuts through clouds, and it hits the ocean. And then King sees it. Everyone sees this blast go out over the ocean. Excuse me? Excuse me? Oh no, I'm not gonna give that stink bug away to get my room. Hold up. Hold up. Hold up. Hold up. Hold up. Psychos unleashed a wide beam so powerful, so strong, and so far-reaching. In the next double spread panel, she cut off a piece of the earth itself. Like, off. Not blasted a piece off. The beam was so narrow and so thin, she cut off a piece of the world. Like, what do I got in my room that's round? I gotta have something in my room that's round. Ah! I know this is a Nerf round. I know it is. But the quickest comparison, and let me see. Okay, so you see this. She cut off like a big top portion of the world. The beam cut off a part of the world. The world! There's a whole chunk of Earth with the ocean and clouds still intact, just floating off of the Earth now. And you see that piece floating in the air, and the ocean that was cut off starts rushing in place. And then you have the ocean that's on the top half of the world rushing downwards, and the shock wave from that Oh no, she cut it off. But gravity brought that whole portion back. That's basically like a meteor hitting the Earth, because a shockwave is sent going across the entire planet. And you see a massive tsunami. You see a massive tsunami on the horizon as tornadoes floating in the air. And this power was so strong. Wow, actually, Tornado is missing like a portion of her sleeve, and she's missing a shoe. And then it shows Psychos just laughing like crazy.
Amazing. What a rush. So this is my new power, huh?
And then Tornado's just looking at her thinking,
What's going on? Merely combining several monsters wouldn't result in such power. Where is she getting her strength?
and then it cuts to Genos thinking, energy level unmeasurable. What caused those waves anyway? Who is Tornado fighting? And then it cuts to King as he goes. Then it cuts to Genos. It cuts to King as he goes, Genos, leave this fight to her. We should get this boy to safety. And then it cuts to Cycles as she goes,
So that thing was real. What thing? My power has bewildered even you. Curious about its source? You have no chance of winning. A great force has chosen me and granted power stronger than your own. You are merely a vessel for magnifying my power. And I am your master!
and then it cuts back to Psychos. It cuts back to Psychos. I guess back when she was assimilating her body along with Orochi, as she looks up to a light shining down on her and she goes,
Huh? What is that?
and it shows like, what am I even looking at? It's a whole planet. It's just a ginormous planetoid. And it looks like she's in space, like she's in this mindscape where she's in the cosmos, but a giant planet is directly in front of her. What am I even looking at?
It resembled brain cells, visualizations of outer space, and the surface of Jupiter. It was something like God, and as time stopped, its gaze fell on me. I was afraid even as a mysterious power filled me. In that moment, I awakened to my destiny.
This must be the same power that gave the homeless emperor his power. It has to be.
Destiny? I would use this power to absorb all living creatures through these roots and fuse their spirits into a single entity. I will become the ultimate life form, the very planet itself.
Isn't that what Sephiroth wanted to do when he was fighting Cloud and Advent Children? Turn the whole planet into his vessel and sail the cosmos with his mother? Wasn't that the whole plan of Sephiroth?
What? You want to become the Earth? Is that beyond your comprehension? Using immense strength to devour everybody until you're alone in the universe? That just sounds moronic.
And then Psychos goes,
You are the moron. This is the endpoint towards which all intelligent life has been headed since the beginning.
and then it shows like, Adam and Eve. And then
I am the chosen one for this task. You have outstanding psychic ability, yet it is I and not you. Why is that? You and your sister never considered the future that your abilities might create. Instead, you became ridiculous heroes and ignored my warning. Warning? So now you shall suffer defeat. Consider it divine punishment.
as Psychos starts to imbue herself with power.
This is really moronic. As you must know, people only use psychics for their own benefit. It enticed you into becoming its pawn. You should never assume someone's gonna swoop down and save you when you're in trouble. It shows you because you're so helpless you beg your pet for help. Why you? Helpless? You've seen my power, yet you deny my strength? Yet you too deny my strength? Then let us battle!
And then she says this as she causes numerous ginormous Hydra heads to come out of the tower that she's on. And they start shooting in the direction of Tornado as Psychos uses that same beam that carved off a portion of the earth and fires it at Tornado, saying, "Try to withstand the might of the earth's will, Tornado!" And that's the end of chapter 130. Onwards to chapter 131. And this will possibly be the last chapter that I do. So chapters 109 through 131. And I'll go ahead and make the thumbnail, change the thumbnail, and change the title live while I'm here instead of waiting for the last minute to do so. Rep all those places that got decimated. I don't even know how to do... that is the most ridiculous thing I have ever seen. I thought Saitama punching so hard that he parted the clouds across the world was ridiculous. And when it came to ridiculous things that you would see in anime and manga. But this woman basically just fired a beam that carved off a portion of the world. That's ridiculous. But let's move on to the last chapter. Chapter Punch 131. It doesn't even have a title. It's just blank. And it's just blank. This is a blank chapter. This is a blank title chapter. I don't even know what to call this. But it shows in a double spread panel, Tornado flying around, avoiding the beams of the Hydra heads and Psycho Orochi. I need to make sure the beams don't hit the ground. The surface team has already evacuated, but King is still evacuating with the hostage. And she can sense King where he is. Run, and don't trip. He must have decided my powers would be more effective against this opponent. What a wise decision. And then it cuts to numerous people watching as a giant tsunami starts to head towards people inland. It's a tsunami! Hurry! Get to higher ground! We'll never make it in time! And then something rises out of the ocean in defense. Something rises out of the ocean in the path of the tsunami. And everyone's all like, what the? And then it shows... it shows numerous giant chunks of earth being lifted out of the ground, causing the tsunami to fall into the space where those pieces of earth are, keeping the tsunami from hitting the people inland. And it's Tornado who's holding up these ginormous chunks of earth, saving the people from the tsunami, and then sending it hurtling towards Psycho Orochi. She then uses her beam to cut through... Psychos then uses her beam to cut through numerous numbers of these rocks. As Tornado dodges around it, and then still continues to fly towards Psychos with another rock in tow, and she sends it hurtling towards Psycho, who doesn't have enough time to keep herself from being hit by it. But the rock itself gets split because of those big, long, thin, needle-like spears that Psycho has attached to her, and it cut the rock in two. And Tornado continues to throw more rocks at her. And they all converge on her, but they all explode away due to the weapons that Psychos has. And then it shows Psychos as she's just like, doing that little pose as she goes, "Is that all you've got?" And then Tornado is smiling as she gets a crazed look on her face as Tornado and Psychos clash with each other. And the whole air just erupts in explosions and torrents of psychic energy. And everyone can only see this as the entire sky is enveloped in it. And then we cut to Snek and Lightning Max as they go, "The big red one with tentacles is probably the monster's boss, and the green ball of light is Tornado. What a sight. It's like the end of the world." And then a blast hits near some civilians. It destroys a building, but the blast carries off and hits near a building where some civilians are running away from. And then it shows in this massive torrent of energy that's going on right now. The art is beautiful, Abir. The art is absolutely beautiful in all of these panels. Tornado's dodging all of these rocks, and it shows Psychos going,
Do you think you can hide behind rocks? I can sense your power and see your every move.
And then she thinks she got Tornado as she hits something and goes like, I got her! And then she's looking, but it turns out that it was just a bunch of rocks in the shape of Tornado's body enveloped in energy.
You sure fell for that.
And then it shows that Then it shows that Psychos is looking around, trying to find out where the voice is coming from, but apparently it's coming from inside her because Tornado is inside of her chest. It's drawn and she's just inside. It's inside of her chest, like in the left one. And she goes like,
These things are surprisingly empty inside.
and then Psychos grabs onto her, grabs kind of. I can't even really do I can't even do the actual motion, the gesture, because some people might get upset at that. Psychos grabs onto herself, and then Tornado goes,
See ya, bubble boobs.
and then she goes, and then Psychos gulps as Tornado does the exact same move she did with Joggin and contorts and twists around Psychos from the inside out into like a small, she basically wrings out like a rag Psychos and causes her to converge onto herself just crushes her all over as Psycho screams out. And then Snick and Lightning Max go, hold still, we're here to rescue you. And they're all going, whoa, as Tornado is just overpowered. Can we say that? Tornado's on the outside, using her power to just completely crush Psychos as much as she can. The fusion of Psychos and Orochi was sheathed in a powerful barrier. However, it did not cover one place. And then it shows that during this whole torrent of psychic energy, Tornado flew down to the base of the tower and flew inside of the tower and found out that despite everything that Psychos and Orochi, the fusion of Psychos and Orochi covered, it didn't cover the stairway that led all the way up to the tower where their body was connected. And it shows Tornado just going straight up through that tower. Tornado disguised herself as the energy Psychos was absorbing and rose through the flesh roots, thereby entering her opponent's body. And then it shows Tornado just wreaking havoc on the inside of Psychos' body as she's screaming out in pain.
Now I can extract the attack team.
Until now, Tornado had attempted to retrieve the heroes by using only small amounts of psychic power undetectable by Psychos, because she feared her opponent would have the roots suck in the heroes along with their barriers. And then we have Pretty Prisoner being dragged out and all the other heroes being dragged outside of the tower now.
What?
What?
When they're all out, I'll crush the whole hideout.
And then as she tries to do and raise her hand gets skewered. Tornado's hand gets skewered straight through the palm. And this surprises Tornado as an amalgamation of Psychos comes in and stabs her through the hand with those same needle-like weapons that she's been using to fight. And Tornado takes her other hand and tries to stop it, but that hand gets skewered by the other weapon as well. And then Tornado is just electrocuted stuck in between these spires. And it's so devastating that Tornado does in fact get hurt a whole lot, to the point where her barriers around everyone dissipates. So Atomic Samurai is just sitting calmly and he's going, huh? What the? As he looks up, he sees Pretty Prisoner falling directly on top of him. And then it cuts to the inner chamber of where Psychos' real body is, and she's spitting out blood and she's covered in blood of all the damage that Tornado has done to her.
That was a nasty trick, but you didn't follow through. You lowered your guard when you saw me bleed. I'll kill your little sister too. Now suffer the flames of my wrath!
As she prepares to destroy Tornado point blank. And then as it looks like Tornado's about to be destroyed, a blast comes up and deflects the blast that Psychos was about to hit Tornado with. And this completely surprises Psychos as the beam goes up, and it completely deflects the beam all the way up in the air, and then Tornado is freed. What just happened? And then we see something crackling with energy, speeding up the side, spiraling up the outside of the tower. And who is it who's moving with such blinding cybernetic speed with power that is able to save Tornado? It is Genos! Genos is here!
Over there, King! Look! Over there! King!
Says Tario, as Snake looks up along with some other heroes.
Look, the lightning is raising up that thing.
And it's Genos.
It looks like a blue dragon.
And then it shows Genos launching up the side of the building. Using the combination of his arms, it literally looks like a dragon's head as all this power is coming out of his back thrusters. And he's gathering up a massive blast in his hands. As Tornado's following in the air, looking at Genos going,
Demon Cyborg?
and then it just shows that the electrical emanations coming off of Genos have basically turned into the shape of a dragon as it makes its way towards the giant body of Psychos.
Piercing lightning cannon!
And with a massive blast, their blasts both collide with each other. But the blast is more powerful than Genos's as it rebounds off his and then goes sailing off into the distance.
She overpowered me.
And then the Hydra heads go and try to fire on Genos, and then Genos uses his own blast to deflect off the blast of the Hydra heads. And then Tornado goes,
Darn it, Demon Cyborg King left her to me, so stay out of this. You want me to smash you into a wall again?
And then Genos screams back,
King is just leaving her to you until Master Saitama gets here. As his pupil, I am entitled to assist. I will handle her beams, so you can focus on her.
And then Genos thinks,
this enemy is powerful. I can barely deflect her attacks. My ultimate weapon can pulverize a massive meteor in one shot, but I did not think I would have to use it 5 minutes into battle.
And then it cuts back to Dr. Kusano as he's saying to Genos,
Understand, Genos. Full power will only last 10 seconds. Will it be enough?
And then it cuts to Tornado as she goes,
All right, everyone. All right. Come on out, everyone.
And then she starts pulling out Bang, Bomb, and Blizzard. And she goes, No.
What's wrong, miss?
I don't want to go out. Stop. It's not just my sister. There are several unimaginable forces up there. What is happening on the surface? And then it cuts to Psychos, whose body has split down the middle to open up to show like a bigger version of Psychos' face inside of her body, going, I am the pinnacle of human evolution, yet you fools defy me! I'll teach you the power of ultimate intellect! And then it cuts back to Saitama and Flashy Flash on the ground as things are rumbling. As Saitama goes, I'm hungry. And then Oculate goes,
Me too.
And then Flash goes, just unbury me already. And then it cuts to Oculate tightening the belt that's around him, going, he just tightens the belt, going, and then Saitama goes, what are you doing?
This lessens the feeling of hunger.
But now you look even weirder. I don't understand you monsters. And then it just shows Saitama as his stomach is growling. And then it growls even more. Then he winds up doing the exact same thing as Oculate, as he tightens his belt to keep his stomach from growling as much. And they don't say anything, and then Saitama goes, maybe that helped a little?
Told ya!
Cool, you must have, like, the ultimate intellect.
All three of us should do it.
Don't include me, says Flash. And then Saitama's all like, what should I eat later?
Maybe curry?
And then Flash is not saying anything, but he's thinking in his head, I'm so glad no one will see me like this. And he's just smiling to himself. And then Saitama's in the background going, curry sounds good. And that is the end of chapter 131. And ladies and gentlemen, that is where I'm going to call it a read for today. It's already 4:09, so I went a little bit past. I stopped at 131. So, let me go ahead and change this title to chapters 109 through 131. Make sure it doesn't mess with anything. Okay. One Punch Man. I'm literally making this new thumbnail right now live. One Punch Man. Chapters 109 through 131. All right. That's saved. And since Live Studio will allow me to edit this stuff live, changing the title to chapters 109 through 131. And then come down here to the thumbnail. And there we go. All right, ladies and gentlemen, saved, and now we have it. Finally caught up, because chapter 108 was the one I left on in my last stream, correct? I want to say the last one I left out on was 108. Yes, it was 108 I left out on, so 109 was the one. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I am done. I am done reading for today. 37 punches to go. Yeah, Ravi, but we've covered quite a bit. We've covered quite a bit during this entire session, but I'm glad we did. So that means I only have just a little bit more to go, and then I'm fully caught up with One Punch Man, and that would mean I'm fully caught up with every single manga series I've brought to this channel thus far. I'm caught up with One Piece, I'm caught up with Jujutsu, I'm caught up with My Hero Academia, and now this means I'll be caught up with One Punch Man. I'm happy, because my big long read-throughs of One Punch Man's are almost over. But I gotta say this real quick, and let me see if I can find his name in this list. To Taneem, thank you for the super chat earlier today. Just want to say thank you for that again. And thank you, Ravi, being a member for 2 months. I want to say thank you for that. And I also want to say thank you to everyone who showed up here. Hitachi, Abir, Light Ruler, Psycho, even Gajil showed up. I want to say thank you to literally everyone. Noah showed up. Let me go through everyone. Ogata-san was here. Ogata-san is here. I want to say thank you to you. Yeah, I think I pretty much covered everyone. Yeah, I covered everyone. I covered everyone who showed up. I just want to say thank you, everyone, for enduring this 4-hour-long session of me catching up to some more chapters of One Punch Man. And I am happy that we're getting closer to me fully catching up. We covered 23. Yeah, we covered 23 chapters, so we only got like a little bit more to go. We're making good time. We're making good time. But that's all I got for today, ladies and gentlemen. All I can say at the end of the day is hope you all enjoyed. Can't wait to see you all in my next video. And if you're new to the channel and you enjoyed what you saw here today, then like, subscribe, and maybe even consider becoming a member, because all of that really does help me and the channel as well, especially with the YouTube algorithm, specifically liking stuff. It really does help with the algorithm. So I just want to say thank you, because I am always looking forward to entertaining you. So have a fantastic day, and once again, as always, later, peoples. I didn't even get some water like I expected that I was going to do. I just powered through this whole thing. But I am hungry now.